Disclaimer: the information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
I hope I open your eyes to the dimension of life. Life as a holistic life of your soul, which is part of the structure of the universe, not life as part of the physicality, which is part of the structure of this planet. And then we understand what the next step be if we are not prejudiced, if we are not misguided, if we are not narrow-minded, just to keep to understand what is here, I leave the rest to my soul when I'm gone. Then you find out you have a lot to learn to get to that point. I hope, as usual, I open another door, a crack in the wall, that it brings down all the misguided understanding of the past, and you become to enlighten yourself. If you listen, which is beautiful every time I hear it, to the disclaimer of every teaching, embedded in it, in the word of it, in the ethos of it, it keeps on telling you, this is individual cases. It's your job to investigate independently, to peer review if what they did suits me, if it's correct to me. It's not just for your illness, it's for the illness of your mind, your understanding of your own world of creation. And then you understand, even each intro gives you what I call independently, you decide. Does this fit me? Do I understand it where I missed? And does it go according to my intelligence? This is why we never have a peer review, because in the word of the disclaimer, it's your job to investigate to your understanding, and it befits you.
And welcome all to the Keshe American Knowledge Team for December 21st, 2025. I'll be your host, Mark Anderson, along with Alex Gork, and along with each and every one of the participants or attendees. As Randy likes to say, it's a round table of knowledge in a way. We're all equal. We're finding that out more and more. And again, as Mr. Keshe said, this misguided understanding of the past. And of course, we see that the Keshe Foundation does look at many things quite differently than we're used to. The three I, he said, we're one of the only structures on this planet looking at it as a biological. And of course, the events of Christmas and Mitraism and this whole history of the religions and so on and so forth. We'll try to cover that. But yes, we look at many things, especially the energies of the man. And this is what's happening at this point in time. Apparently, the bus or this 3i has been coming around every 30 centuries or so, more or less. And it's been touching and elevating man. Sometimes, apparently, the emotions that are given off caused us to be more violent at times, but usually we've had a enlightenment in our knowledge and will change. And as we've heard, the foundation is also monitoring the physiological and psychological effects that this system will have on the man and probably many of the other beings. Again, it won't be overnight, but the process certainly has started and probably even before the 19th. As he said, this system has been locked into us for quite a long time. So it's just amazing what is being shared. Again, they're opening knowledge of the universe or the mystery of the energy of the man to its matter state understanding, which we've never had before. So we're quite humbled and also privileged to be here, but I think we're just at the beginning of opening up more and more knowledge. And of course, we have systems that will facilitate this as we go into the dimension of energy. And he talked about flight systems being ready next year for perhaps, again, June or July, but we'll have to see. So many, many beautiful things have been shared with us. And of course, it's all about creating a peaceful man out of the man, a peaceful man out of all the entities on this planet. So before we go any further or discuss any of the workshop or some of the clips we're going to play today, we want to say happy birthday to Mitra. We would be celebrating Christmas at this time 200 years ago if they hadn't made a separation between Mitraism and Christianity. Don't know why. The Vatican is apparently, or parts of it, are built above a ancient temple of Mitra. As we know, this Zoroastrianism, and again, we're not promoting any religions, but just the idea or the ethos of Mitra, which is thinking, speaking, and acting good. So before we go any further, let's just go to our World Peace Treaty, which is a document you can find on the Keshe Foundation. This is what the world leaders will sign, whether they sign it with a pen or the pen of their soul. It doesn't matter for you or them. But again, it's just moving closer towards the Creator by becoming more peaceful and more respectful of each and every being that's created, even if it has no physicality. So we're just, again, looking at things in a much different way. And of course, my understanding has grown and gotten deeper. And I seem to be, in a way, falling deeper in love with the knowledge, even though I only understand maybe 1/1000th of 1/100000th of 1% of the knowledge, if that. So it's a beautiful time to be here. And again, just being humble and being aware that there's much, much more. We're part of a much bigger structure. And I don't think we can even contemplate how large the structure is. And of course, we never realized some of the issues that we're creating in the universe with this dimension of killing and the rest and taking or stealing other energies from other creatures to maintain our own existence. So this is our World Peace Treaty, and this is one of the reasons man has, in a way, been quarantined on this planet, because we haven't had the correct ethos. Remember, the foundation is introducing a new science, and of course you saw that in Beijing, a new ethos, again, where the stronger feeds the weaker, and of course a new language, and it's going to be the language of love and sharing and compassion and giving and freedom and all the other good aspects. So this is the World Peace Treaty. In a way, it's a paper reactor, if you want to look at it that way. There's an interaction of fields that's going on here, and this is, if it's your wish to be more peaceful, you don't have to be 100% peaceful, as none of us are at this point, but it's your wish to become more peaceful. As we know, the Creator doesn't destroy, any of its creation to exist. And if we're made in the image of the Creator, we certainly can attain the same in time. Again, it may not be an overnight process. Oh, I see Gail has joined us. Welcome, Gail. Let me just adjust that for you. So would anyone like to read the World Peace Treaty? And again, this is not the end all. This is the beginning of getting to another step or another plateau in the universe, as every soul, every entity is being touched by this 3I. And again, we'll see many of our, probably the way we thought, the way we behaved, and the way we acted start to change in a way. But as he also said, it's for you to, in a way, observe yourself. I see someone has opened a microphone. Would you like to read the?
Yes. I just put my glasses on so I can actually read it.
Proudly step forward if you love peace and freedom.
Yeah. World Peace Treaty. We, I, as citizens of the earth, from this moment on shall accept to lay down all tools of aggression and war. I shall never think about getting involved in incite war or develop or use any tools of war on this planet or in space. And to this I, all agree and swear with my, whatever it is, nation, territory, council, religion, city, town, body, and soul. And my name, signature, date, position on behalf on my family and their business in the nation. Well, never mind nation. I don't know what nation I belong to.
One nation.
One nation, that's for sure. Okay. And then it's witnessed by someone, by Mark. And after signing this treaty, I'll be proud to display the certificate wherever I consider it being important to me, that everyone can see and know my ethos to fellow men and the mankind and other created beauties of the Creator.
Thank you, Erm. Yes, we're all getting, in a way, prepared. Some of the knowledge seekers, I think, are, again, we're all candles in a way, or these little lights, and we're getting sort of enlightened in a way. And humanity is, again, being positioned in a way that they can start to realize that maybe everything they thought wasn't everything in the universe. And this is where the knowledge seekers, I think, in humanity, we have a lot of work to do in sort of sharing this. But as Mr. Keshe said, a lot of this is coming through the interaction of energies rather than teaching with the voice or on a whiteboard or have you, or in the public sessions, as he said. So there's many things going on, and these energies are here, will be here. And this fertilizer has been set for the next, apparently, 30 centuries. And Mr. Keshe said that by you being here and with his knowledge, we've allowed the foundation in a way to connect us sort of to these universal energies. And of course, there's many other systems, as Mr. Keshe said, they're developing the One Nation Network. We see the release of the new UBISOS, which is again a culmination of 40 years of work. So it's just an amazing amount of what's going on in the background, so to speak. And as Mr. Keshe said, that UBISOS, we don't even know how it's used. I mean, it's used for, again, the elevation of humanity, but how it's used and so on and so forth is unknown at this time. Not the less trying to build something like this, again, uncopyable by anyone on this planet. Even if you disassemble it, you'll never figure it out, and of course the soul will go out of it. So it's just an amazing gift, as apparently the 3I is bringing us more enlightenment in a way, just through the change of energies in the environment of this planet. And it's not only man, and it's not only the other creatures on this planet, but apparently all of the universe will become unified, that all the races become equal. Never even realized there were races. I often thought there were, but as he said, there's life on every planet in this solar system. Nevertheless, the Unicos, and we're just a small part of a much larger picture, which we're all learning about. So this is a starting point in a way. wishing to be more peaceful. And that's the process I went through in curbing my eating in a way. Not that I was overweight, but the study and made me think and look at other created things as actually the creator. And the idea of consuming them, it's become less and less appetizing, if I can put it that way. I'm still participating in this process, but we're working in a way away from that. And again, I made the man in the image of myself. If the creator can do it, we can also do it. And we have all those capabilities. As Mr. Keshe said, your MagRav is already set perfectly by the creator. But other energies are getting introduced in this planet for enlightenment and many other things that we'll see come out through the One Nation network in other ways. I think there's much more going on, as Mr. Keshe reminds us, in the background than we're aware of in the front side, let's say, or the public side of the Keshe Foundation. So shall we cover anything that anyone would like to bring up? Is there something you'd like to share? I know on Friday I had less of a desire to consume or to eat, even though I did. The portion was much smaller, and it wasn't until about 8:30 at night. So I experienced that. And of course, just wondering and thinking about the 3I, going outside. I spent a little more time outside. Mr. Keshe encouraged us. And of course, connecting to the public Zoom room and allowing some sort of monitoring going on. I think they'll share more about that next week, or what sort of effects physically or psychologically this has had, or that they can read. Or maybe this is just the beginning of tracking this sort of process for all of us. And again, as he said about 10 times, it's all about finding out about yourself, not so much the others, because you're the creator and you're going to go out and do some of the same creating that we see happens in the universe. But again, it's up to you. It was interesting, Mr. Keshe said he would be here to see the next arrival of the 3I. So if we sort it out and we learn the transmutation, you can also be here if you'd like. Again, the most beautiful place in the matter state in the universe, while we still explore the rest of the universe in the energy dimension. And of course, if you find a nice place you'd like to camp out for a while, you can always transmute there, bring the physicality, and experience what it's like in a different position in a way. But I would think you could, again, even if your physicality is locked into that position for a while, you can still explore the rest of the universe in the energy dimension simultaneously. So there's a lot of possibilities and a lot of new understanding and thinking. I guess we call it enlightenment, that's opening up for all of us. And what you discover may not be what I discover. And as he said, we don't judge the others because they may be more enlightened than we are. So never read a book by its cover. So where shall we go today in this beautiful time of Mitra's birthday? And as I said, we would have been celebrating 200 years ago Christmas at this time, but they wanted to create some sort of separation in a way. And one of the things that was played in the Brazilian meeting on Friday was this clip from the 360 Knowledge Seekers Workshop about Mitra. Remember, again, I was never familiar with Mitra or heard any of this before the Keshe Foundation, but Mitra was, in a way, created by the creator. Yeah, not in a way, but created by the creator, because the creator was a bit lonely and wanted a companion in a way, or something to interact, to confirm his existence. And as we heard in one of the videos, that the universe, the creator is the universe, in Mitra, the dimension of physicality, and your interaction with that dimension of physicality. And now, of course, we know that we will be creating children of Mitra. At one point in time, he said, your true children will come out of your soul in the future time. And of course, these true children are sort of created immaculately, again, through the interaction of energies. And Mr. Keshe even mentioned, I think in this last workshop, would we be the first generation to create these children of Mitra? And again, this child will have all the knowledge of the universe, where man currently just has the knowledge of this planet. and be able to, in a way, move from one dimension of energy into the other and create whatever that entity would like to be for, I guess, however long they would like to be it. So these are the children of Mitra. Mr. Keshe said he's here to rough out the process, but this child of Mitra will bring us home. And this is what we're going to fall in love with. And I believe it's the knowledge, as Rick was asking the question, was this child a woman or was it a man? And it's a behavior, it's an emotion, Mr. Keshe had indicated. So let's hear this back from, gosh, a number of years ago. And it's about 16 minutes long. Anyone want to say anything about this birth of Mitra? Remember, this was the original idea where man, I guess, started to understand that he had some sort of central energy and was a created being. And of course, they started using the fire to represent that and so on and so forth. And it was quite popular. Again, we've seen some excavations in the city of London, as a matter of fact, with temples of Mitra being uncovered, where they dig down to put foundations in for these large buildings. So again, this was the first, and every sort of, or 95% of the religions were copied by, in a way, this sort of Mitraism or Zoroastria. And we've heard a bit about that. We learned a little bit about the Faravar in one of the workshops and so on, another beautiful symbol of Zoroastrianism. But again, it's not a religion, because even the fire, as Mr. Keshe said, many of the people in that sort of this maintaining fire, burning for so many thousand years, many of them don't even realize it's not the fire that they're acknowledging, it's the magnetic fields that created that fire. And as we know, the energy comes before the manifestation of the physicality. So I thought we'd just share this and just listen to a little bit more about this, because as Mr. Keshe said, the ethos of Mitra is not only the cornerstone, or will be the cornerstone on this planet, but it's the cornerstone of your behavior across the universe, if you choose to go out into the universe. And I don't think we have much of a choice, especially if the soul separates from the physicality, which again, if we learn the transmutation, you don't have to die. Again, it sounds way past any knowledge that's been shared on this planet, at least with me in a way. And I thought it was just amazing that Mr. Keshe said he'll be here to see the next arrival in the next 30 centuries. And as indicated in the past, maybe this becomes the center of knowledge in the universe, since it is the most beautiful place in the matter state in the universe, this particular planet. And although it's a harsh place to live, we may pair that beauty of the physicality with the beauty of existence on this planet. That, and as you see, the systems are being set up to do that, to make it much, much easier to live and to be a joy to live on this planet. So let's just hear a bit about this. Okay, I'll just back it up a bit. Okay, and we'll see the Portuguese subtitles here.
Vocês, e aí fica aqui com essa reflexão, né, sobre esse ensinamento do Sr. Keshe. Obrigado, pessoal.
Today, to those of you who are believers in the path of the Christ, is the Christmas Eve. And to celebrate his birth, tomorrow on 25th. And in so many ways, we look to an end of a cycle and beginning of a new one as the 1st of January arrives. We wish you a wonderful Christmas and a Happy New Year as it comes next week on the eve of New Year of the Christian calendar. Many of you have celebrated 25th during your life, as is the way you've been told. But in fact, the true Christmas, the true birthday of Christ, till some 200 odd years ago, was celebrated on 21st. And about 200 years ago, Vatican decided to shift it to 24th due to one reason, and that was to make more separation that Christianity is not replication of Mithraism, as they tried to separate the church and what we call Roman Empire, the end of the call. 21st of December, what we call in Farsi the Shab of Yalda, which means the longest night, and is considered to be the birthday of Mitra, some 8,000 years ago. And on the other hand, as we said always, the soul of the man is the light, what we see. And Yalda in Farsi means the light, the shine, the brightness of the light, which was the sign of Mitra. Mitra was the soul, and shine the same. And as Christianity as we know it today was adoption of the old Mithraism, so the birth of Christ was put on the same day as birth of Mitra, as his son, or I should say as her son. This is what gradually over centuries Vatican and the churches washed away for the present Christianity to be on its own. But if you open the books, 21st of December, the longest night, the birthday of Mitra was celebrated as the birthday of Christ too. This is how the Romans wanted it to be, that everyone celebrated their time as they were Mithraism supporters. In so many ways, when we look the truth in the background of what we call Christianity is the teaching of Mitra, the cycle of the beginning and the cycle of where man understood more about his soul and called it the light, the celebration of light. In Jewish religion, we've seen it a couple of weeks earlier, in the same thing but different name, about the same time, Hanukkah. This is how they all copied one way, and that was the path to believing in the Creator. In so many ways, as what we know today was used to be the Persian Empire, extended to Palestine. So now you understand how Judaism is part and in a copy of what it is Mithraism, and the night, the times, and many things replicate within it. In so many ways, they always carried the light. The candle, they light the candle. You make it the Star of David. And everything else has come to one thing, for man to become alert and to know his soul, the light, the ultimate process of existence. In so many ways, mankind has always been told about his soul, even by Mitra, some 8,000-10,000 years ago. And if you look deep enough, the Jews who speak about 6,000 years all about history, where in fact there are 2,000 years copy of what Mitra brought, and they could translate it to their language. In understanding this, it means those who were, those who understood the truth about the creation, even when they brought in the faith of Zoroaster, they kept a fire going in a physical way, in temples, in Mabad, and what we call the house of fire, the room of fire. And that was man interpreting the soul of himself as a fire, as a light, into physicality of keeping a light, that it always shines. Many of you, I'm sure, who've been into the Zoroastrian temples, been to the room of light, the room of light, the room of fire, where fire has been kept on for thousands of years in the same room. It has a different effect when you go into the room of what they call fire. It brings and enlightens the soul of the man, as that fire was set to enlighten the soul. And in so many ways, as the last hundreds of few thousand temples are left
I got a
within
comment,
the
a
India
question.
and Iranian border.
So let's look at the chronological timeline here. 10,000 years ago, there was Mitra birthday today, and Zoroaster came after Mitra. Then Christianity. So where is the Judaism and Islam? Any idea on the timeline?
He said the Persian Empire spread into Palestine, and this is where certain groups picked it up, apparently. And they saw a good thing, and they decided maybe to make it better. I think the Christians changed it, or separated from it later than the Jewish did. But that's just my simple understanding. So
I'm not sure about this, but I think it's some historians mentioned that they borrowed political interests where they were needing political stability, and so they took those Zoroastrian, the Mitrism and so on, and modified it to gain political control, I guess you could say, in their countries. That's what I've been watching and reading lately. So yeah, it seemed to be something that they needed to do to gain their political control. And it seems to have done a good job in a way over the centuries.
okay.
I look at some of these survival of the fittest. If we
Say
have
that
to look at
again.
it,
I couldn't
I
hear.
look at it. I look at some of these structures, like religious structures, as
Yes.
survival of the fittest. So if Mitra was here 10,000 years ago, then Zoroastrian became the next stage. Christianity, Judaism, and or Islam. So I'm not sure which one is preceding each other. But if we
Well,
understand that they have, we have that survival of the fittest. So are they making it better, or is it a way of to show more allegiance to Mithraism? Because if Mithraism was here before, then it's so to believe that, okay, whoever is coming to make it better, what are you making it better? Are you making it better that Mithraism is extinct, so this is something new? And now we are going back to the beginning, it seems like, because none of this stuff have survived the way it should be if they are trying to make it better. So I don't believe they are trying to make it better. It has to be something beyond that.
you mean they're using it for their own ends in a way, I suppose.
Right. Something
And
closer
that's
to that.
why Mr. Keshe is trying to bring back the purity, so to speak. Because over thousands of years, I guess, there are changes that have occurred depending on what's going on.
Who can remember celebrating Christmas on the 21st?
Not me.
Not me. So many things have been changed, and this is what Mr. Keshe said he's doing, and opening the books in a way where we can see where a lot of these things have, as he said, they decided instead of taking the knowledge of the prophet spelled a certain way, they decided to turn it into knowledge of prophet for the pocket. So maybe they made a new recipe or a different flavor of an ice cream, and they said this is something new, and we separate from that, and that way we can control it. and have our own group. And this is, as he said, cashing out your pocket and your soul, never allowing you to find the soul. And this is one of the things the religions are, at least in the Western side, are more recognized for in certain areas. Anyone else?
And then remember, as some of these modifications occur, if Mitra is just the essence and energy, so in a sense, it's actually the soul of physicality that is transforming on any of these stages. If the soul of physicality is transforming, that means the environment is changing to where these other structures, religious structures, are popping up. So how come the original strength of Mitra, and I'm not questioning that, I'm trying to understand the science behind it. The original strength of Mitra is supposed to be the purest. And then Zoroastrian came about, that changes the entire soul of physicality in that era, that time period, to where it also changes, it keeps altering and changing, maybe diluting the stronger effects of Mitra. Could it be?
Could be.
That's another way to look at it.
And again, it's all about you discovering yourself, your environment, your existence with the creator and the rest. Not what I tell you, if that's right or wrong, as I see it, again, being impartial. Shall we continue, or did someone else want to make a comment?
I just wanted to make a comment that, based on what Ike said there obviously was a watershed moment where things changed. And, like as far as timelines were concerned, I was really confounded by the fact that the Jewish calendar was only 6,000 years. And, it just seems like the day before the beginning of the calendar, it just kind of didn't exist. So at the stroke of midnight, if you will, or 1201, all of a sudden the Jewish calendar sprung up. But what I'd like to draw your attention to is the fact that, the pyramids have a cornerstone, and it was the Sphinx. And the Sphinx, of course, was vandalized because it originally had the lion's head, and that's what architects would do to, shall we say, date stamp the construction, and that put it around 10,350 BC. And so there was this gap, and within that gap, I believe what I've seen with the Zoroastrian, which is totally novel to me, is that it is more of a matter state type of appreciation of the timeline, and the suggestion that the Mitra was weakened in any way is not in terms of the energy that is given, but in terms of the energy that is absorbed and acknowledged. And so we have fallen into that deficiency where we are not taking the full benefit of the energy that we've been receiving, and then we have been restating the understanding from a physical standpoint and trying to find the words to match that, whereas we've always had that understanding and we didn't really need to do that. So this was part of the failings of the physicality, but it has persevered because too many have. Well, you see the number of religions that are all out there, and they all believe in a God, and you think, well, don't we all believe in the same God? And it's just a very it's like a league of religions that are all, from a physical point of view, and we have abandoned that plasmatic point of view, and that's what we're restating. So I think we're going to see that change come about simply because we have failed to answer a lot of the questions when we only exclusively look at it from the physical point of view. So I'm not going to say it's a deficiency. I'm going to say it's just a limit in terms of our acceptance of that knowledge. That's just my opinion, and back to
Yeah,
you.
your opinion makes better sense to me. But the perplexing issue for me is that Mr. Kesh has referred Mitra as the essence of physicality. Now, you're right to say, I look at Mitra as plasmatic energy, but Mr. Kesh calling Mitra the essence, the confirmation of the love of the Creator. If the Creator is energy, the confirmation, the essence of physicality is Mitra. Now, confirmation of Mitra is Zoroastrian. And now, it becomes other religion. Everybody, so this same Zoroastrian and Christianity and the rest of them, yes, you're right. I look at it as all physicality. It's not comparable to the essence of Mitra in terms of energy. So it's not complete. The timeline, the way they look at the timeline is they're all looking at it in physicality. Yes, Mitra is the essence of physicality, comparable to the Creator. But still, Mitra is still energy in a way. If you look from the another side, it's still energy. So when we use that timeline, we are not getting it complete because we are still using the timeline on physicality, because that's Zoroastrian, Christianity, Muslim, Israel, all these religious structures are all in variation of physicality. To me, that's the way I look at it. So you are right in a sense.
Yeah, and so I agree with you on your analysis.
Anyone else want to add their understanding or share their understanding?
I don't know if it's the correct time, but I've been reading the notes, I think, in YouTube by Spinoza, and a lot of the documentation that he has discovered, where political interests override let's say, the spirituality of churches in a way. And in fact, he ended up being poisoned a few times, and because he was, let's say, he was interfering with the reason why certain changes were made, and that he was very brave, and he was ostracized completely. But he went to a lot of effort to actually find the documentation of many, many, many things. And so if it's worth it to read it, some of it I think conflicts, but it's very interesting, the documentation that he found to support the fact that certain things were distorted over millennia, and which is natural when you think about it, the changes that do occur. I just wish that they had managed to maintain the spirit of it. I think we would be doing a lot better if they had. Just my comment. I'll put the name in the chat.
Okay, would anyone like to read what was put in the chat? There are an estimated 10,000 distinct religions worldwide. And again, we're not promoting any sort of religion at all. We're promoting an ethos, a behavior, an emotion.
There are an estimated 10,000 distinct religions worldwide. Though all of them have regionally based relatively small followings. 4 religions, Christianity, Islam, Hinduism, and Buddhism, account for over 77% of the world's population, and 92% of the world either follows one of these 4 religions or identifies as non-religious, meaning that the vast majority of remaining religions account for only 8% of the population combined. Then we go into a country like India where there's hundreds and hundreds of different religions within a short, you go to one part of India, there's temples for everything. Another part, temples for everything else. So it's interesting how things have changed over the years to where it's totally out of touch as far as I'm concerned. We've got to get back to realizing that we're all part of the Creator and we don't need a temple or anything to contact them.
Right, especially if you accept the fact, the idea of I made the man in the image of myself. Do you need an intermediary? Not here or anywhere in the universe. This is our understanding. Okay, let's finish this if we can.
With the believers of Zoroaster, the light with the room of fire, mankind has come to understand. We always knew about it. We were told about it, and has never understood at that time we made the symbol of it. In so many ways, the room of fire, the room of light, when you walk in it, as I've done many, many times in my young age, brings you an enlightenment to think, if this fire has been burning in this room, in this part, for thousands of years, or from one generation to another, what was the purpose of it? Maybe mankind for the first time understands. We've always been told our soul is a light, but we chose to ignore. We kept the fire to symbolize it. And in so many ways, as I was explaining to knowledge seekers in the past few days, in the tradition of what we call present Persia, we never worshipped any statue. It's the only nation and culture which never took in worshipping false creation. Always believed in Mitra, and through Mitraism, we kept the ethos of the soul. Do good, act good, and think good. It does not matter what you do as a good, the others read by it, but at the end, the good, the truth will win, will succeed, as is the conduct of the soul, not conduct of the man. And in so many ways, we go back to one thing. Is the soul of the man in its infancy at the point of creation in the womb of the mother to its completion as a star in the galaxies and the universes carries the same ethos. And how does it shine? And the way it shines in the whole cycle of its creation, from its birth to its completion. And in so many ways, mankind in a very short time will come to the completion of one cycle and the beginning of the other, where the soul of the man will elevate to understand the totality of the knowledge through what has been given as a gift to man and his soul at the point of inception. Not inception in the womb of the mother, but inception in the realm of the Creator, in the Unicos. Maybe some of the knowledge seekers find a key and find answer in the totality of what they've been asking and searching for thousands of years, in the path and the way to the Creator through the work of the creation and the created soul of the man. Maybe some of the knowledge seekers one day elevate their own soul to have access to the totality of the knowledge of the Creator, to understanding the true meaning of the operation of the soul of man, to be humble. In so many ways, in Christianity and many religions, speak about reincarnation, speak about return of Christ, speak about Mehdi and the rest, in a way that return is return of Mitra, is return to totality and the birth of a new cycle. And that point comes at the point of maturity of the man, to understand the totality as much as possible through his own physical understanding. And that cycle, the return of Mitra, in a way the return of the truth for the new cycle to begin, is about to happen. And this is what the humanity and the rest of the universe have been waiting for. Beginning, establishment of world peace, universal peace, and understanding peace comes of do good, act good, and speak good. And in so many ways, mankind is about to mature to that point in totality and in one sweep, that all the souls of the created, of the creation, will elevate to be equal and the same, that there shall be no king and no one to rule above.
Do you think he knew at this time in 2020 that the 3I would be arriving around this time in 2025 when he talks about a new cycle, a new elevation and the rest? He didn't reveal that at that point in time, but I think he was well aware of the cycle, which none of us really were.
All live the same way as the light of Mitra. In so many ways, we give up happy birthday to Mitra. As the old tradition of Iran is, we set the table on 21st to celebrate her birthday. And then we celebrate the beginning of the new year, the beginning of this new cycle, which is the 12th day of Christmas, which used to fall on the 1st of January. And that's how many Christians started the beginning of January as a cycle of new life, where we celebrated 12 days and then we started the new year. And that tradition now has come from the 25th to 12 days of Christmas and the rest of it, and the three wise men of Iran and Persia. In so many understanding, man should understand why 12 days was chosen, as the 12 days, according to a structure of the universe, creates a complete cycle. What you do in 12 months, Mitra achieved in 12 days. And in so many ways, and in so many understanding, the completion of the cycle of the man comes about by understanding of the totality, about the truth, about the creation of the man. When Mitra brought the soul of the Creator within the realm of the understanding of the knowledge of the created man. In so many ways, awakening the soul of the man. And from that point on, we have seen the extension of the knowledge to the soul, and the soul of the man in a direct way. In so many ways, Mitra took the child of the man to her chest, and through the heart ruled the soul of the Creator, the child at the age of young, when the mother breastfeeds the child, to the soul of the child and the soul of the physicality of the child. Maybe that is why many of you for the first time understand why we hold our children to our heart when the mother breastfeeds, and why we keep them close to us as we blow the soul of the physicality and perfection of the soul of the man to the soul. We nourish both the soul and the physicality at the same time. No other creature does this except man, except those who understand and start the elevation of the growth of their soul and physicality. In so many ways, mankind feeds the two at the same time. We breastfeed from the dimension of physicality, and by holding the head of the child in the point of his soul to our chest, we elevate the soul at the same time. Physicality is nourished, and then the soul. In so many ways, mankind has to learn the new ways and why we do things. And you'll find out by history of the man, by elevation and understanding of totality, why some children are calm, why some children are wise, why some children understand much easier. Go back and see how they were nourished when they were fed, How did the mother hold them to herself? How she transfers and at the same time nourishes the soul and the soul of physicality of the child at the point of the growth, at the point of establishment of life. In so many ways, mankind has always been so physical that has not understood and seen the truth. And now maybe, as we teach man, gradually mankind leads in the direction of understanding its own creation. Maybe one day, man become wise and truly wise to his own essence and true direction and dimension of creation. And Merry Christmas to all those who believe in the path of Mitra, in different names and by different banners over thousands of years. Change of the name did not change the ethos and the truth.
Thank you to the Brazilian team for putting that together for all of us. So again, we've always had a soul, but it was not till thousands of years ago, I think he said 8,000 years ago, where man became aware that he had a soul. So now you see why they, perhaps why they had to stamp this out, where the other ones are not letting you find your soul. This was the major reason for the creation of the religions, I think. So this Zoroastrianism, or this idea, was sort of pushed to the side. Again, not by coincidence. But now we're, in a way, reawakening that understanding more and more. Again, this is where the Keshe Foundation is, where science meets the soul of the man, where we can explain its position and part of its operation. And this is where we come into that energy dimension. So it's a beautiful understanding, but it needs to be grown a bit. And as we know with the religious leaders, as we've heard in the, I think, the formation of the Universal Council, where we see the world leaders lined up, but it's the religious leaders who give the pretext for the political leaders to go to war. And he shows some of those pictures. So in a way, they're kind of working hand in hand, in a way. So just to share that, and maybe we should hear something about, now remember, Mitra is having a child, which we celebrated on December 6th. And this is the new soul that's been created by all the best attributes of all the souls ever created from the beginning of the creation, as I understand it. So when he talks about the child of Mitra, and maybe we're going to be the first generation to produce children of Mitra, again, this is more of an immaculate conception rather than an interaction with the physicality. I don't call it immaculate, but an interaction of emotions or fields, which will start this process. And again, this will extend to the humanity and the universal community as well, not only amongst ourselves, I think, but also creating totally new creatures in the universe as currently exist, as many civilizations actually interact on this dimension. They don't have the physical apparatus to create children the way we do on this planet, but it's an interaction of the fields. And of course, creating that soul, and then the soul will be the, in a way, the children of Mitra that they can take on, and any shape, or male, female, a fish, a cat, a dog, a man, and have the knowledge of the universe at their inception, as I understand it. So as one of the tenets of the Keshe Foundation is that we're teaching because we don't want anyone to be abused due to a lack of knowledge. But as we've heard, it's for you to investigate and understand for yourself, not so much for anyone else. Perhaps we'll just hear a few minutes of what Mr. Keshe said at Mitra's birthday, if I can find that. I thought I had that here. And again, this is the, so we have two different, in a way, entities. We have the mother, And no, that's not the one I'm looking for. And then the daughter, let's say, of Mitra, which again, as Mr. Keshe said, we may be the first generation to create these children of Mitra. We'll have to see how it goes. But maybe since I don't have that one, this is another one that I'm just going to check in my tray here. Okay, that's not it. So we did make another little video. Can the children of Mitra be compared to the creation of magnetic fields? Like what I was just explaining to you, this interaction on the energy dimension will create a soul, and that soul will be able to take on any sort of dimension they want with the knowledge of the universe. So we're just going to forward this a bit and see if we can get to that question. I think, yeah, we'll start here. Can the children of Mitra be compared to the creation of magnetic fields then? This is about 11 minutes. And there's so much more in the workshop as well. This is from 619. But this is the child in a way that we're going to take atonement. We're all involved. Has a lot to teach us.
If there are any questions, try to answer. And we'll see where we go.
Okay, thank you. I will advise our attendees once again that you can put up your virtual hand and then we can recognize it and allow you to open your microphone that way. If you would like to ask a question personally. See, we've got a number of questions, of course. Let me look in the YouTube, especially from Peng Peter. We have a question. Can the children of Mithra be compared to the creation of magnetic fields then? Emotion functions as a splash to the fields, generating a wave that allows the interactions to happen.
You mean like humans? That's how we interact. There is no difference between children of Mitra in point of creation and interaction than the rest of the creation in the universe. The only main thing with them is that they understand the knowledge of the universe, where man is stuck with the knowledge of this planet and what concerns him with this. They come from a different school of thoughts, they come from different school of fields. One day I'll start explaining to you how to recognize the children of Mitra by their behavior, by their conducts, by their talk, the way they stand amongst people.
Does their emotion make a bigger splash to the fields, let's say?
In a way, yes. You see, there's a big difference when you speak about children of Mitra, which are close to the line of the thought of the creation, very much close to the line of Zoroaster. We go back. When I look at the historical time, the way it is, and the way we set up as a woman, and how do we behave and behaved towards women. If you go back to very recent time, which the woman became outright to do, but it was given to the women of Persian background, what we call those Zoroastrians. They are more in line in that way than the European historical time. Look at the world leaders, look at the world scientists in the West, how they explained women. They are nothing, they're a spare part, they don't have the intelligence. Read historically. I can dig out many of them for you. They are nothing without a man. from the world leaders, top scientists of the West. And then go back, look at the history of the Persians with the women. They are praised for man to be in a way are not complete without a woman. A house is nothing when there is not a woman in it. And when I compare the two cultures, I see the children of Mitra will come from that culture, where they are worshipped for what they are, as the creator of the peace and the home, and where they're not demeaned in the Western culture as a spare parts, no need, and something which is waste time, they're there just for physical pleasure. Guru said, a man stands tall when there is a woman next to him. And is the way the culture of not just giving birth comes into it, but it comes out of respecting what we call the creation of the Creator. We choose different names for it. And we have to understand the true value of a woman. Even though we all, in the first few weeks of our inception, the womb of our mother, we're all female. And suddenly somewhere we just jump to gene and become mad. And that key is what makes that change. What makes that soul to decide to move to become a male part of. But essentially, we're all brought up with care, with love, with creating the next cycle out of the fields of the man. It's very interesting when we look at the way we look at the inception, and then with the way we look at the way different cultures respect a woman. The children of Mitra will cover both, are not all female, as they are the creators of the next generation. It's just carrying the soul of Mitra, which is to be there as it is. Any other question?
So the soul of Mithra manifests as a man at times, and as a male figure and female figures at different points in time, in history.
It's a behavior, not a manifestation. It's the emotion. I used to joke, and it used to literally bother my mom, because I was, she was a woman in Iranian family, is the center of everything. You do anything that goes, mom, she makes a decision. It's not that she wears the trousers, it's the respect we have for the mother. And in a way, we all come to one point of we're all equal in soul. It's just that which side or which strength of the soul we want to trigger for life. And what does that bring as a fruit of emotion? And if you understand this, the answer is every other question which we have. Is not a male or a female. Is what I need to be the balance, the creator of peace. In true, what I call Iranian home, you never hear a child, especially when you grow up, to even when you have conflicts, to go against mother. In Persian culture, we kiss the foot of the mother. Not out of anything else but respect. We kiss the hand of the mother, thanking him for life. And we don't have this in the West because we lost the culture. Because we see ourselves bigger, and this becomes a problem in the cycle of the creation, in the next cycle of the universe. You see, in many, we always sit below the foot of the mother. We never put the mother for us to be on top. It's not respect, it's understanding the love. You shout with the father to stand your right, with the mother you're silent. And this comes as a part of the life. Yeah.
Okay, as Mr. Keshe has said in the past, that women will have some very prominent roles in the upcoming, even as world leaders, because they have that respect for life, and they'll be more recognized and more cherished as time goes on, and not just a plaything, as he has referred. And of course, I've read that in some of the holy books and what some of them stated, at least in the Christian Bible, about the woman having a place subservient to the man and the rest of this. So I think this is going to change too as we start to really respect and acknowledge women more, as we all were women apparently in the womb of the mother. We all started as women, and somehow we flipped something in there and became a male sort of representation in a way of the creation. Any other comments? I think we should go to the announcements. We want to again wish Mitra a happy birthday, and the daughter of Mitra as well. And we're going to be creating those. As he said, your true children will come out of your soul in the future time. So let's go to the what Mr. Keshe has announced. And again, maybe we'll just go into the first question, or even the release of the new Ubisos system that he said this is culmination of 40 years of work and development. This is the announcements.
All right, that completes our excerpt from the 619th Knowledge Seekers Workshop with Mr. Keshe.
Sorry about that.
And now we'll have the opportunity of hearing Mr. Keshe again in real time here. Before we do so, I wanted to explain the image that I had of Mr. Keshe, especially the red one. Those were some of the latest X-ray images from 3I Atlas, and I thought it was interesting. And
again, the foundation looks at this as a biological entity, as Mr. Keshe has explained in a couple of the recent workshops, and even before that, that this is just not a rock coming through. But as he said, I thought that was quite apropos, where you're on one side of the street, another a woman walks on the other side of the street, and that passing interaction creates some sort of spark in a way sometimes. And he was referring to 3I and humanity in the same way.
This particular image, because yesterday when I found this image, I was looking for the latest in images, and apparently the X-ray realm was one of the telescopes it receives X-rays, And the bright red is the X-rays, and all of the red are X-rays. And then it goes to the purple, which is the ordinary background radiation. So it's a low grade X-ray that they have. But in particular, what I noticed was the six-sided figure here that right away it seemed to me to be the Star of David that you mentioned. And you said Star of David. I went, wow, that was just like that X-ray photograph that just came out a few days ago. So I don't know if you knew about that, but you were apparently bang on with that description, I think. Would you like to carry on into part 2 here? I think you have some other things.
Yes, thank you very much. We are monitoring not the encounter in physical dimension. We are monitoring this encounter in elevation of the knowledge and the soul of the man. Like cancer, some bodies will manifest themselves that way. They cannot understand, they cannot comprehend, they cannot match with the elevation of the soul with physicality, and will react in a very different way that brings the demise to certain dimension and direction. And some will evolve. And those which evolve, those of you who in the dimension of the soul evolve in a coming time because of this encounter, will come to understand in a way is the beginning of a new cycle for your souls, for your energies. And it'll be very interesting to see how you individually react, how you individually elevate, how you individually become part of the process of elevation of your own soul. And as I always said, there is no day of judgment. The judgment comes on you, judging your understanding of the world of the creation and life about yourself. The only judge is you about yourself and where you're going to take this dimension of the physicality and the soul, to what level and for what purpose. It's very interesting to see how the knowledge, elevation of the soul of the man will incur because of this encounter. We look in the change in the energy level where the man will look in the dimension of what physicality this will bring. Many of you and your offsprings and those who you share soul with in any dimension will understand this change. Will come to feel and be enlightened to a new level of understanding. We have no choice. The destiny is set for us this, and is the destiny of the human race of life on this planet. The fish, the cat, the tree, man, and every other being will be affected by this.
Go right ahead, please, Ike.
Yeah, Mr. Keshe compared the energy to cancer in the body. So I guess, as in a sense, you have some type of terrible emotions or energy-wise that can translate to your body reacting to where it produces cancer or cancerous cells in your body. So using that comparison, with the energy coming out from third eye, he also said some of us will fall into a demise and some will evolve. Now, evolution of some that use that same energy to evolve, and then the other that will use that energy for their own demise. Who is in control? How can we be in control of that? Is it the same thing that I mentioned before when we said the survival of the fittest? We have Mitra, we have Zoroastrian. It's all everybody surviving. The soul of physicality is changing to where there's evolution. People evolve. The strongest evolve to some other type of physicality. In this reference, some other type of religious structure. So going back to that, who is in charge? If some of us will fall into our demise and then some will evolve, how can we, take control of that?
I believe we are in charge.
Are we in charge because now we know the knowledge, we have the enlightenment?
We are in charge of ourselves, and we always have been, but we didn't know we were in charge of ourselves.
Without knowing it. Okay.
Mm-hmm. So we put it on other people. Like if we have cancer, we go to see a doctor.
Right.
And what do they know? It's different. Maybe they know some things, but if it is a soul thing, and in my experience in psychology, most of the time it had something to do with things being out of balance in some way, or wrong belief systems, system and powerlessness.
That's a great answer. We are in charge because you're right. So we just don't know it.
And we may not know what to do. We have to learn. And maybe we do know what to do, but we don't know that we know.
Right. Thank you, Em. Appreciate that.
Sure.
Okay, shall we, anyone else? Any other thoughts they'd like to add? Thank you.
Scientists will look and try to see the effect of this system on the satellites and the radars and God knows what. They're the only ones who look for the elevation of the soul. Because this is a biological system. And biologic systems always touch the world of the creation in the dimension of the soul. Not only will we be enlightened, but we'll see the knowledge, the understanding, and in how we share this knowledge through the soul and not by the word of the man. As knowledge seekers, and those of you who are connected to this system today, you have no choice. You chose to be here. And the choice of being here gives us the right to be able to connect you directly into the system. In a way, you chose to be here. And by that choice, we have connected you to two level energies of the universe. System is running, it's in the background, we see its operation, and it's for you to understand. For the first time in teachings of Thursday, as I have asked our team in the background, we'll run this till next Monday. Even though we end the teaching, but those of you who come back to this position as you are, you'll stay connected with our system. We'll monitor what happens during the closest encounter in our system. We monitor what happens in the aftermath of the distance increases, and see what's the difference between today and 24 hours, 48 hours after closest encounter. This will give us how man will be elevated in dimension of field of his energy in the time to come. Don't forget, we had this once before. Next Thursday is the Christmas Day. Adjusted by the birthday of Mitra, the suit. We'll be here, and maybe we monitor together what has happened to you lot in the course of 72 hours, 48 hours, and plus from today that we start monitoring. We start monitoring before the closest encounter and after, as the distance increases. How you as energy fields interacting with this system. Because we know how, and our systems are set to connect, they're already connected, and how you will change in the process of next few hours. How much you'll gain, how much you will understand, and how much you will see.
Are we all getting a picture that we're involved in a much bigger process? Mitra is keeping sort of tabs on it. Now the child of Mitra, this new soul is coming along, all being gifted to humanity, and the 3i bringing a type of enlightenment in a way, or a recognition that we need to be enlightened. So we're definitely part of a much, much bigger family that we, again, as Mr. Keshe said, we thought we were the center of the universe at one time.
The encounters are very, very clear. The source, the physicality, the dimension, and is on a given field strength bandwidth. It'll be very interesting to see how the dimension of the physicality will be enlightened in dimension of the soul of the man's receiving the knowledge. I share with you that you will see some of the latest, what is happening now with you lot. Exactly, you've never seen such encounter, and you will see how will change, how this position will change amongst you in the coming time. And it will be interesting for us to see how the soul of humanity will respond. It is interesting to see how you feel the encounter set.
Recording in progress. Record progress. Record progress.
In a specific way that I share with you, and we monitor this for the coming time. This is how you as knowledge seekers, those of you here, are connecting to universal energies in the dimension of what we encounter, which what we are receiving. You are tuned directly to the what we call energy fields of the universe within the vicinity of the solar system. Every position on this picture which I'm sharing with you has a meaning. We know the reason, we know why. We set it up to be this way. This is not coincidental. If you noticed in the past, the position of the energy from the fields always were encountered in this area. This is on this side, the solar physicality, which means the energy we are receiving is touching man directly. You see the lines we have set up deliberately for these lines. These lines we have chosen, the system has chosen. We set the system to create this position. The interaction has moved from the dimension of the soul to the dimension of physicality, solar physicality. We'll monitor this, how you as knowledge seekers will change, receive, both in all dimensions and directions. On the system, we have set up 4 poles to create directly these effects. To see the elevation of the soul of the man in the coming hours, in the coming days, and how you will change. It's not coincidental.
I don't understand a thing. Does anybody else?
Well, it looks like they set up a system in a specific way, setting up these 4 poles again to, in a way, enlighten the soul of the man. And he did say they're taking the energies of 3i, creating a smaller system in a way, or a weaker system that 3i's energies have to give into this sort of system. Again, I don't know if he's referring to that at this point, but he did say he was hoping the system would not short circuit because of the huge amount of energies. By creating the weaker, the stronger has to feed into it by the law of the plasma.
Yeah, I hear those words, but I don't know what they mean.
Okay.
I don't know. And yeah, I don't know what he's talking about.
Influence.
Well, to me, I think he's whatever energy he's sending, he said he's sending that directly to our soul of physicality and our physicality. Or the interaction is confirming the energy is concentrated on the side of soul of physicality and our physicality. If you remember, we are logging in as in Zoom, and whatever way we are logging in, it's all considered the soul of physicality. Now, the energy that we are logging into, that equipment at the foundation is able to interact by us logging in, and then they can see the effects on the graph. Now, there's a position that he's attributing to soul of physicality. There's a position he's attributing to physicality, and there's a position he's attributing to the soul. So by logging in and the machine logging in, and these are all to my understanding. I'm not there, but I'm just explaining my understanding. By logging in through our Zoom, and then it's like digital. So we are logging in, and then the fields, the energy interacting with the equipment is showing the effect on that side of soul of physicality and soul of and our physicality, but not on the soul. So he's able to deduce that this energy interacting is showing on this side only. That's what I understood.
What does this side mean? What do you mean?
Well, like I said, he attributed there's a soul of physicality So there has to be a section from the graph that shows soul of physicality. Imagine you are logging in. So you have a footprint, you have your number logging into the Zoom. So they trace it back to your physicality. So, okay, this Ike is logging in. So this is Ike. Now they can see me on the graph, but I'm logging into a machine. I assume the equipment also have to log in or interact with the Zoom number or whatever way we are logging in. Now, whatever that interaction will show an effect on the graph. And then if the effect is showing on that section, then that's where they confirm the interaction is, the energy is interacting. I hope I'm right. I don't know, but that's my own little way of understanding it.
And didn't he tell us at one time when we were doing some other things, experiments like this, that we needed to keep our mic open so our energy field could feed back into the system?
Correct. Yeah, that's when we want to be dynamic, where we can either interact, not just them interacting with us, so we can get feedback. It's like I'm talking to you, and then you are listening, and then you're talking, so it's go back and forth. But if you're just listening, you're sending in, but I'm not interacting. So that's the way I look at it too.
Do you mean that if I have my headset on and I've got my mic, it kind of flips, that as long as I can, if I want to talk into it, then it's on and everything will be okay, because we can't open the mic. It's not
Yeah,
available to us.
yeah, that's true. But remember, we have progressed. Initially, if you remember, there was the big egg where someone would sit down. There's 3 chairs. You sit down on the physicality, the soul of physicality, and then the soul. So that was the genesis of this technology. But now it has progressed to where we don't need to interact or speak or anything or leave our mic on. That's how he's able to tell us, oh, we can always come back and log in. So the interaction is going now. The technology has advanced to where they don't need our feedback, but they can see that energy field.
Okay.
So as long as I leave it so long as I have my headset on like I normally do when I'm busy talking to someone, then I'm okay.
No, yeah, as long as you already log in, so they know you have footprint, your signature login, your
Yes.
number login. So
Yes.
it's already in there in the system. So now it's like nano coding. When you nano code something and then you leave it for a while, it nano codes the whole thing. So you don't have to keep repeating it, because now it has already the fields are now moving to where it can change the entire system. So you already initially logged in and you were able to interact, but now you don't have to interact anymore. Once you log in, they will know that this is your signature, this is your soul, this is your sort of physicality. So it's already moving back and forth. To them, they can see the reading, but you don't have to do anything anymore.
And the soul's logged in already anyway.
Yes, and
right?
the
soul's always logged in.
Actually connect, can't we? I mean, we can think it and we can be there.
Yeah, you can think it if you are so strong. If we are so strong, you can think it, and we'll be there. Yeah, he says that, but it's just that we have no way to, control it yet. But trust ourselves. The fear is still there.
I had to log out on Friday for another meeting, yet in the background of my beingness, I could still feel the energy of the system working.
Yeah, and me too, because my phone keeps running out of power, so I have to do it without the phone. And it still works, I think.
So we're getting quite a bit of help with this enhancement. As he said, you can block it as well, but hopefully we're not doing that. We want to move closer to the creator. So we're getting a lot of outside help. As he said, the change of man will come from these interaction of fields, nothing else. So we're all being touched. And as I said earlier, I think the knowledge seekers are getting enlightened in a way. Humanity is getting prepared to receive this enlightenment as the knowledge seekers continue to share. So maybe in the future, people that rebuffed you will be more open and say, hey, I want to come back and re-explore this. There's something I've become curious about what you said, or other things, or maybe we won't even speak it in the words. It'll just be some sort of soul communication in a way. But we're definitely receiving a lot of external guidance and help, even though most of us are not fully aware of it. I'm not, for sure. But just contemplating the idea of how much we're part of this bigger structure. Shall we continue? Any other comments? Thank you for that interactions.
We set up to achieve this, to connect man to the soul, to the energy of the universe, and for man to feed back what it needs to connect, to communicate, to receive. What are you thirsty for? What are you dealing with? What do you want to achieve from this encounter? We'll see, we monitor, and we see how you, as race of the man, those of you who are connected to the system, will change in the coming time. Any other questions?
Thank you, Mr. Keshe. In regards to today, there's some comments. One from Randy. Right from the moment Mr. Keshe began talking, I can, quote, hear and feel, unquote, the universal energies increasing, especially in the head, the spine, and the entire skeleton. Ying Chi Law says the head feels pressure, but the mood is exciting. Doug says, today I saw two crested pigeon birds dancing together and kissing on the street in front of our house. It was very sweet to see, and my emotion was uplifted noticeably. Monica says, hello, everyone. I feel like the lecture flew by in a matter of minutes. Time sped up. I felt my head and heart, my pelvis sink. I felt emotionally moved, and the need to become a true bearer of knowledge and peace arose. Thought that was interesting. The need to become a true bearer of knowledge and peace.
Okay, let's just check in with Alex at this point. Shall we go to do the Dome of Peace, or do you need more time? If you're there. Okay, perhaps he needs.
Mark, why don't you just do the next shop, and I'll be with you right after that.
Okay. All right, then we'll just wanted to show the picture of the new portable Ubisos as, yes, this is it right here, and this is an advanced system, 40 years worth of work Mr. Keshe is showing, and these are starting to be released as I understand it. So we'll see some beautiful things coming out of this. Again, we don't know how to use it, can't replicate it, but there'll be instructions coming, I think. And it can handle many of the, and perhaps this is part of the flight system to be launched. Again, I'm thinking of flight between the ears rather than the physical movement of the physicality and the soul. But we'll have to see. But there's many beautiful things in store for all of humanity. And again, this is about the elevation of humanity. And the process may not just be a one-day affair, but a progressive growing and as in the knowledge seekers as well as in humanity. As I said, we're becoming a little brighter candle, and humanity is being prepared to receive this. And I think that's what I was thinking about this earlier. That's why we try to, we're looking for this universal knowledge, but we're not aware it's there. So we try every sort of thing from sex to drugs to automobiles to positions at work to other things to try and fill that void that we're feeling, but none of it is ever really satisfying. But the universal knowledge is where I think we get satisfied, and then we become proud of the person we are, the work we do, and the difference we're making. So this unit is going to be tied in with the One Nation Network as well. There's so many things I can't explain and how they're all working together, from the 3i to the sun to the soul of this planet and other systems that the Keshe Foundation is producing. But it's all for the elevation of all of us into a permanent peaceful condition. And then we can join with the universal community in a much, much broader way, as I see it. Okay, so let's go to the Dome of Peace. I think I lost one of my backgrounds somehow here for the 216. So what I'm going to do is just pull it up again, and that way we'll have both of them ready at the time. I don't know where it went. I'm going to have to scroll down in my bookmarks while I look for it, and then we're going to have to reset it. Let's just see, here we are. Let's just bring up the 216 here. We have the first step of the Dome of Peace, but now we need the second part, and we want to go to around, I think it's 156.20. And then we'll be ready to go. I think we should be okay here. All right, so let's go to the first step of the Dome of Peace, which is releasing these GANS waters. And this is even connected. The cosmic ray balls are, everything seems to be connected and is getting, along with humanity, slowly energized to bring this process to a completion. Again, it may not be for another century. It may be in 10 years or, again, a progressive process leading forward. But this is how we continue this process of releasing GANS waters anytime, but collectively we're doing it at 12 or 18 p.m. CET or CEST every Sunday. So let's just play this short clip. Just a minute. I may be on the wrong one. Let's see where we are. Yes, we're good.
I don't know if anyone wants to read this Dome of Peace. Anyone want to offer?
I
With
will
a nice
read it
voice.
for you.
Okay.
This is what came in and what is now become a pattern. This from a guy, I don't know him, but he says, please remember this Sunday and every Sunday from now on, till we raise the soul of this planet to a peaceful planet. Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers worldwide will spread the GANS waters around the world at 12 p.m. Central European Time and or 18 p.m. Central European Time every Sunday at the same time as they choose which time to suit them. Thank you for participating in this greatest movement by the soul of the man to bring about the peace on this planet as the permanent feature of the life of this planet.
And you may ask yourself, is this some kind of holy water or something like that? I don't think we believe in holy water, but we certainly believe in the ganses and the fields that they carry to bring balance in every position. They seem to have intelligence and know where to go and what to do. And this is also part. So think of the waters you have released, again, anytime, but collectively 12 or 18 p.m. on Sunday. And these waters, or these fields in these waters, will also play a significant role. And as Mr. Keshe said jokingly one time, this is how you take over a planet. So I think he was just joking in a way. But of course, as we see in China, they've been releasing GANs waters for probably a decade or more. And we see that the government and others have become, in a way, aware of some of this knowledge and allowing it to proceed forward. So their work has not gone unnoticed, let's say, I'm sure within the Keshe Foundation. And we're just replicating that process. So collectively we work, and I'll just put up the little Brazilian Dome of Peace for Sunday. So it's a collective work among all of us, just releasing GANs waters. If you're not sure how to make a GANs, you can look on the Keshe Foundation wiki or ask one of the other knowledge seekers. Very easy to do. And then just use the water of it rather than the GANs, and add good intentions of peace and love and freedom and elevation of souls in need, and let it go out and do its work. I think it knows what to do already. So again, this is part of a process that will continue until we reach that permanent peaceful position on this planet, or with the soul of this planet and all its inhabitants. So it's not a day job, but it continues forward, and you're part of releasing this. And again, if we can translate this, as he said, we use the matter state to reach the level of understanding of the soul of the man, then you may decide to use that energy within you, what we call your central energy, to, in a way, give through the emotional end to elevate the others. But let's, so you're welcome to join on Wednesday. This is an actual meeting, or you can join again with the universal community at 9 p.m., which is about that time, a little past now, in the unification. And again, we can multitask. You can do this at any time, whether you're driving, cooking, even talking to someone else. Your mind, and as Randy said, he was in another meeting, but he was drawn back to the original one where he was just in. So again, we can multitask, and the Creator, I think, is supreme at multitasking in trillions of different places and probably dimensions across the universe. So you're welcome to join us, and the beauty of this whole process is nobody fails this test. So whatever you give in nourishing of the others, the world leaders and so on, this is the type of interaction on the energy dimension you'll be using in the universe. And as Mr. Keshe said, if you wait till you get there, you're going to have quite a bit to learn. So nobody fails this test. We all have different fields, and by putting them together, we create a beautiful bouquet of fields that souls in need may pick them up at their discretion. It's not something we're forcing, we're making them available and learning about the process of interaction in the universal dimension of energies and emotions. All right, so we'll just go to the, we'll just go to the 216 and hear this by Shweta. Thank you, Stefania. And now let's hear from
anybody wants to read the Dome of Peace? I mean, beautiful souls. Here. Okay. I'll read this beautiful presentation of Dome of Peace. And the Dome of Peace is already here. All the knowledge seekers, truth seekers, lovers of humanity has built it in a way, spreading the guns, loving each other as shareholders. So I will read this as, please remember, every Sunday from now on until we raise the soul of this planet to a peaceful planet, Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers worldwide will spread the Gans waters around the world at 12 p.m. CET and or at 18 p.m. CET every Sunday at the same time, as they choose which time to suit them. Thank you for the participation in this greatest movement by the soul of man to bring about the peace on this planet as a permanent feature of the life of this planet. Mr. Keshe suggests we add the next step to create the Dome of Peace with power of the souls, as we have already going through this with the 2 eyes. And we ask you to spread the Gans waters each Sunday. Now we give you a new path. Now try to unite each other's souls Try to elevate the soul of humanity through your own soul to a level that no one can touch, the embodiment of the human race. So beautiful. Choose a time where all of you come together on the soul level in a state of inner calmness. At that time, don't spread the water of guns, but spread your soul. Unite, and in time, we will make a new race out of the soul of man. And then, instead of doing it once a week, do it all the time. Empty Keshe.
Okay, thank you, Shweta. And let's just demonstrate how easy this process is. Again, working through the physicality, trying to reach world leaders, communicating them in the matter state is almost an impossibility for anyone that's even wealthy. Again, it's quite a bit of expense and a lot of hard work to get to them. But on the soul level, we can communicate. We have that instant connection through the line of the creator, which sits at the base of all of the creation. And we carry that as well. So let's just take 60 seconds. The process doesn't take a lot of work, and it's much easier to work in the plasma dimension, as we understand, than working through the physicality. Releasing of the Gans waters, as we indicated, is something for the physicality to do. Now this is something for your energy dimension to start to explore this. Again, in the beginning, I felt rather awkward about this. It's not something that I would do on a regular basis in a concerted effort with others and so on. But now I'm starting to understand a little bit more about this unique connection we have to all other souls, not only on this planet, but across the universe. So we're just exploring this. And if you do go into this energy dimension, the universal dimension in a way, this is the way you'll operate. So we're just sort of learning, and we're also nourishing ourselves in this process. So you don't lose anything, you actually become nourished. And of course, the more you give, the more you receive. But it's up to you to take it forward as you see it, as it befits you, so to speak. So let's just take 60 seconds right now and give beautiful emotions of freedom and peace and wellness and calmness, love, joy, the rest to the leaders whose soul may pick it up. Again, we're not elevating the leaders, we're elevating the soul of the leaders, that they pick it up and decide to make a change in the dimension of physicality. And this process will continue. But fear not, we're getting a lot of help from other sources, including systems at the Keshe Foundation. As I said, the sun has been perturbed as well as 3i, and I'm sure there's other factors involved, even down to the soul of this planet. And so let's just take 60 seconds in this process, collectively unite our energies and just give to the world leaders. Again, they seem to still have a fever of war within them, especially in the Europeans, but other areas too. So let's just take that 60 seconds and give to the other souls in need. And thank you all for your continued work in this process. And again, when you get into that universal dimension, you may come across entities that need fields. Can you give it? Or you may be in a position where you need fields. Can you receive it? If we go in there sort of blind, we're not going to understand how the giving and taking process works in the energy dimension. So this is why, in a way, I think he's having us practice that. But not only that, humanity has to want it as a collective to bring this world peace. And once we reach that collective awareness, we'll see more of a manifestation. As Mr. Keshe said, I could do it in 1 minute, but I'm not from this planet. So it's going to take the collective awareness of humanity wanting this peace. But again, I think we're being softened up in a way that we're all going to move in this. Maybe not every single person, as he said, the ones that can't evolve into these new energies. It could bring about their physicality demise, perhaps, but not, of course, of the soul, as the soul we know is eternal. So thank you all for continuing to participate in this process as you choose. And now I think we're ready to go to the teaching. Alex, I'm sure, is more than ready. We want to thank you, Alex, for coming in and, again, sharing this universal knowledge, which we're just starting to scratch the surface of it. But thank you for your presence here with us all.
Mark, thank you very much. I'm just having a little technical difficulty starting up the session. Can you give me a couple more minutes, please?
Well, I can give you more than that. I was thinking Mr. Keshe mentioned his condolences to the Australian nation about what happened there for the apparent mass shooting that's taken place. Maybe we can listen to a few minutes of that. As we've been indicating, the Keshe Foundation and Knowledge Seekers certainly look at things in a different light. And I think this is a very good example of Mr. Keshe, in a way, looking at it in a different light. I think we're going to go to 20322. And Alex, you just let me know when you're ready and we can just suspend this and the others can sort of research it on their own.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Keshe. Thank you very much.
I do have to give you my condolences with what happened in your part of the world last Saturday, Sunday. And I hope your nation is strong enough to recover.
Yeah, it's a terrible thing, but I reminded some good friends of mine that we know their names, but do you remember the names of 20 Palestinians that died today? And they looked at me like, you know, it's a terrible thing, but we have to remember what's happening.
Yeah, it's a very interesting thing. I was looking at the news past few hours, past few days. At first they said the guy is Pakistani, then he was a member of IDF, and then he was a terrorist organization, a part of, and he was supported by the Iranians, and then he is a Palestinian, and he all turned out to be the other way around. He's Australian born and bred. He has an Italian mother, he has an Indian father, has no connection to anywhere. And the funniest thing is they uprooted being Palestinian Muslim. And then your prime minister and whatever your governors turn up to the bed of another Muslim, Syrian, thanking him, and you raised millions for him apparently, in saving life of the others. It's a very funny situation.
Oh yeah, he's a hero to the Australian people because he got shot in the process of trying to save the others, and he tackled the gunman. Very brave, and we won't forget that.
Yeah, but it's interesting. What they blame to be Muslim to do it, actually people saved by Muslim, who's just a recent arrival.
I think Netanyahu blamed the Iranians at first. He said the Iranians were always blamed for everything.
I think at the bottom end of this line will come up. We'll see that this attack was initiated by Tel Aviv. We've seen other attacks. Mossad has killed their own nuclear physicist in America. Mossad has created these recent murders of Jews. We see it's done by the Israelis, not by anybody else. We saw this in 1950s when the Zionists tried to get the Jews into Israel to get the population and nobody will go. The Israelis bombed the synagogues, killed many in Iraq to push the Jews to say Israel is safe, you have to leave. Killed by the hand of Israelis to push the Israelis. We see the reason they done this attack on Australia. You'll come out, the money behind this, who the guy got paid or whatever, it will come as usually. It's done by Mossad, it's done by Tel Aviv, it's done by Netanyahu himself, because many Israelis left in past 2 years for Australia. And he wanted them back, now creating fear in them that Israel is safe, come back. It's done by them, it's nobody else, it's a finger repeat of history. The governments are aware of this. And what Netanyahu said in past 48 hours proved it. Come back, Israel is not safe, we do this and that. The killing of the Israeli nuclear physicists, it was another sign to bring the scientists back, because all the nuclear facilities, all the scientific centers destroyed, and most of the Israelis have scientific Israelis left. They're not coming back. So when we see this kind of behavior, we know it's because we've seen it before in Eastern Europe, when the Jews will not go, even with the opening of the Russian borders. They created terror and murder to do, and this is the same. Nobody's falling for Israelis saying that this is Iranians or Palestinians. These are paid, done by them to what you call create the condition of forcing Israelis back to Israel who fled. Over 1.5, 2 million have left. Palestinians are now 60% of the population of Israel. And the more they live, that scale goes to 75%. They have no mandate to rule. This murder and the ones which we'll see on the Israelis to come is done by them, because we've seen this in just go and read the history of what happened in Iraq in 1950s when the Zionists bombed the synagogues, killed the Jews, and they told them, if you don't go, it gets worse, because they wanted people back. And it's the same policy, we see the same. I was talking as advisor to a couple of governments in the past few days, been very busy traveling. And we all the advisors look at Netanyahu is talking through his, as usual, through his stupidity and how much pride he's taking to create these memes. These are initiated through Tel Aviv to force the Israelis back. And they kill more at themselves. They have no problem. The same what they did in October, December. They kill a bunch of themselves to create a condition to invade Palestine. They have no problem, because they're not Jews by blood. They're Jews by choice of money. So it's very, very clear to us. Don't get fooled when you see this much. Don't blame the Palestinian. How come if it's a Palestinian, now they praise a Syrian, a Muslim, actually to save the Jews? It's very interesting. But just stay always open to real facts and go back historically and see. They've done this to themselves before to get the Jews back. Especially, we'll see more Israeli scientists be killed by the Mossad on their side to force the scientists back, because most of the scientific centers were demolished. Many, many hundreds of thousands of scientists were killed in the 12-day war. And nobody's prepared to go back. And they had to kill one of the top nuclear to create the excuse that the Iranians, it was done by Mossad. On behalf of the Iranian nation, we never touched another soul, we never do. We could have done that a long time ago.
Okay, let's leave it there. But as I said, in the Keshe Foundation, they look at many things quite differently than typically we may examine things, from the soul to current events to world leaders and the rest. Let's see if Alex is prepared. Are you ready to bring a teaching today, Alex?
Yes, and thank you very much.
Please take the screen. Thank you. Thank you for your presence as well.
Welcome, everybody. And let's get this very important business taken care of here. So, please stand by. Uh-oh. Having the same trouble that Rick had.
Yep, I noticed, and I have the same issue at times too. The video doesn't start even though I played it earlier. Alex, I can play the disclaimer and then we...
Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
Thank you, everybody. Welcome to the Keshe American Knowledge Team meeting of 2025. How many more are we going to have? Maybe one more? Anyway,
we'll see.
This is a very important meeting as we're all trying to bring world peace on this planet. And it's a very important time because, you know, we're not alone in this endeavor. And as more and more people around the world are starting to figure out that we are all part of one humanity. So here we go. This is the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute Teachings on Plasma Science. We are discussing the advanced GANS tech. Today's subject is the Sun Shield. My name is Alexander. I'm from Canada, December the 21st of 2025, and this is part of the Keshe Foundation North America Plasma Education Series. So thank you all for being here. As you can see, we've been doing this for quite a while as we try and distill all the information down into more bite-sized pieces. And as we've been trying to unravel the understanding, each of us has to do that in our own capability. So please take from these sessions selectively what you can handle and apply them in the best manner that you see fit. Remember that the true intentions are coming from within, and so that's the whole purpose. And understand that even if you're a student, you eventually become a teacher. And it's very important for us to understand the difference between the old science and the new science, because we are in the beyond Beijing era of May the 10th, 2025, because the gold rush has begun. So we have to remember that our knowledge is based on the books as they were written by Merentevakoli Keshe. And it's not that he invented these universal order of creation of matters, but he managed to explain it in a much more cohesive manner. And so we saw the coming together of the matter, dark matter, and antimatter. But we didn't understand until book number 2 that there was a structure of the light. And this is something that we're going to talk about in greater detail today, because the light came from somewhere and it went somewhere. And where is that somewhere? And then book number 3, the origin of the universe. And I say, well, wait a second. Is the origin of the universe the destination, or is it the initiator? And so we see that the man's universe, which we are so fond of, and our sister universe, which we totally ignore, has come from the splitting, the duality, if you will, of the singularity of the basic origin of the universe. And even in man's universe, we're only concerned with that little tiny speck, which we call Earth space. But the problem, of course, is that we don't see ourselves as one planet, one nation, one race. And for 409 weeks, Rick Crammond and the Universal Council have been seeking justice and world peace for the humanity race, because we are all inhabitants on this planet. And just because we're in different sections, and just because we have different languages and different skin colors and different cultures, we are all part of this planet and contribute to its existence, its survival, and its joy. So the notion that we are fallen angels comes from understanding basic physics and understanding angular density. So in terms of falling like a satellite, you're falling through weakness, and you come down to increased density, increased pressure, and increased gravity. All in all, it's an increased dependence on Earth space feeding, which is counter to what the reality is. Because when we understand that the angular momentum is conserved, then we have to look at the opposite, and that's the internal pressure of the Gans fields. And where does that come from? And how is that manifest? And how do we demonstrate that? So we talked about the sun stars and how there were tetrahedral stars that we understand in our plasma science, but stars are actually spherical. And so the question is, how do these sun stars manifest? And we understand that our sun is a star. And so there are many stars and many suns in the night sky. So are the fallen angels as a fallen star? Or are the arrived angels as an arrived sun star? And so this kind of becomes the wrestling match that we've all tried to rationalize, because we don't understand the plasma rule. We understand the physical rule where the higher strength beats the weaker strength, or the higher strength eats the weaker strength. But in the plasma science, the higher strength feeds the weaker strength. And so in that process, there are many variations of how this is done and what the results are. But the thing is that when two fields come together, they come together in what we call a transaction zone. Many see that as a conflict point when two armies come together in a field of battle. But it's also a binding zone. And in many ways, the notion of a war is a binding force. But a binding zone can be the bringing together the building blocks that are required to facilitate manifestation. And so when we do the physical manifestation, we're talking about density. And so anytime we bring these two fields together, we call that an inertia manifestation. So combine that to our understanding of the physicality, we can say it's an inertia density manifestation. And so we continue, and we forget how we got here, and we forget what the rules were. So we were given rules for our Earth space. And we started off with the 10 Commandments, and we see that those commandments were specific to us, as if we were the ones who were ignorant, we were the ones who were missing this kind of guidance. And yet somehow we arrived here without that guidance, but that's another subject. We found that there's another 14 commandments, and that completes them for a set of 24, just like a case of beer, isn't it? And it's important to note that one of those commandments is like, thou shalt not lie. And the reason this is important is because it actually reflects true intention. And I say, how does that reflect true intention? Because we could say that our true intention is what is emitted. And so that becomes a point of discussion today, because in our energy binding search, it is important that we have a self-serving dimension point. I mean, that's what it is. That's how we are created. But we're so overcommitted to being me, myself, and I, and we say, well, we'll take all those three dimensions and exclusively capture them and do so at the expense of others, which is kind of counterproductive, because the others also need the same set of energy binding techniques. And of course, when you steal from them, they are at a loss. And they have two choices. Either they fight you in a form of revenge, or they steal from someone else. And so as we become weaker, it's much easier just to steal. And in order to do that, then we have to lie and cheat and kill, in fact. And the problem with that, it adds more pressure, because, and now we have to hide that. We have to work in secrecy. So we understand that there's two types of secrecy, one that is withheld from us, and one that is just that, we're given false information. So if we recall that in the old physics, the speed of light is maximum speed, but there is no light between the sun and the earth. There's only an energy flow, and it goes at a very fast rate, and it's not visible. So how do we measure that light? And another part of the problem, of course, is that we thought that polar shifts causes the ice age or tsunamis, and now we know better. So it's not a matter to harp on that. It's a matter to understand that we don't have the proper answers. The old science says it's not possible to regrow limbs. It's not possible to change the skin color, and it's not possible to change one's nature. But we have many, many examples. So the plasma science is, it's not possible for you. We have to restate and add this to our understanding, and to understand that the reason we're seeking vitality enhancement is because we are, through our practices, leaking our loosh. And our loosh is our vitality. And it's not just emotional, but it's physical as well, because the emotional is a manifestation of that, and the physical is a manifestation of that. And we need to gas up, and we need to look at how we can enhance our vitality, because being old and decrepit are not two words that belong in the same sentence. We've grown accustomed to that, but how do you rationalize that when we have so many who are young and decrepit? So the old notions have been changed, and we are very selective in what we acknowledge. So if we look at what nature is telling us, like in the case of sunflowers, fields overlap. And so we're looking at the singularity of each field, but really we have to understand that a substructure of that is the duality of the maggrav of the inertia field. So in other words, if we're looking at the sunflower itself, it has its own physical structure, but within that physical structure, it has other physical structures. So, we have the seeds and we have the petals and we have the whole flower. So we have many varieties of what we call sun stars. And that is manifest in our ability on how we produce GANs. And all of us were given the opportunity to produce this GANs in a life-saving manner. That's why we call them the cups of life, where we were able to produce an emotional GANs and a physical GANs through the understanding of the nanocoding process of the monatomic science. And this was a reflection of our core space, that inner space of emotional strength that could manifest into an emotional connection and a physical manifestation. And that needed a choice. That choice was the manifestation of a particular GANS radiance. And so we had different GANSes like carbon dioxide and calcium, zinc and copper, water and amino acid. And of course, now we're into the production of gold. And we are able to not just do that, but there's many, many more things. But what we are having even more difficulty grappling with is the cup of the universe, where we understand we have two hemispheres of the brain, and it operates on a totally different basis from a regular physicality. And so it has a mimicking of the copper GANs, the zinc GANs, which is physical and emotional respectively. But there's a connection, that connection to the carbon chain, which is the energy from the universe. And so now we go back to understanding that that's where the missing connection is. So if we want to get on the transmutation highway, we can't just look at the transmission highway of the carbon-12, but we have to understand that there is a crossroads at carbon-14 transition highway. And from there, then we can have a choice whether we go to the transmutation highway or the transmission highway, or stay on the transition highway. And all of these choices are coming together. And each of these highways has a relationship. That is to say, we found in the cups of life how we had different cup relationships. Each cup had a magnetical gravitational relationship and then manifested the soul radiance. So we had an emotional cup, a physical cup, and a cup of soul. And collectively, those three created a soul radiance. And so what did that interact with? So there was something missing. And we had the cup of the earth. And as a result, with the cup of the earth interacting with the cup of the soul, we created another inertia field, the cup of inertia. And that is the manifestation in the matter state. And that matter state can be in various levels. And we've been discussing very much so the matter state of GANs. But the GANs has an emotional connection. And then we find that if we do a cup of inertia from the GANs, in other words, we take two cups of emotion and put them together, we end up with the GANs of the GANs, another inertia field, another transaction zone, far more powerful. So now we understand how we can manipulate this energy and understand that the basics, that energy is always in motion and energy is always positive. So what is the charge? The charge is the magnetical gravitational relationship. So the emission of the polar energy is magnetical and the absorption of the polar energy on the south is gravitational. And so this energy exchange can be manipulated through the field rotation, the speed, the strength, and even the direction. But those are all snapshots in time. Because one thing we found out is when we created the GANs could flow in water. And it can move. So the water itself can exchange energy, therefore it can give and take. The GANs can exchange energy and it can give and take. But the thing is, in one direction is magnetical energy and the other direction is gravitational energy, because this is all bound on our field strength of our Earth space. And so when we look at the Earth matter and we say, well, is this transacted in singularity or duality? Well, each Gans ball that we saw in the Beijing conference had multiple Gans fields within. And so each manifestation was another inertia density manifestation, inertia being the manifestation of two fields coming together. So when we looked at the gold production and how does it work with the rest of the Earth Ganses, we find that they are also all transacted in singularity, but they come from a duality. So the physical manifestation is the singularity, but the substructure is the duality, which is what creates the inertia field, meaning two fields coming together to create the one. And so if we understand that, going back to the nuclear feeding inertia of the book number 1, we find that there are many components of the gravitational stability. So there's a lot of complexity that's involved in there, but each fragment of the complexity has the same nuclear feeding inertia. And so we end up with many dimensional points. And as a result, we see that these energies are portable. So we can have many dimensional portability factors, of which we're talking about matter state, antimatter, and dark matter. And as a result, instead of having to go mine for it, we can create the periodic table of physical matter the same way that nature does. So we can create all the fundamental amino acids like carbon, nitrogen, oxygen, and hydrogen, and the physicality of copper and the emotion of zinc, and the mediums of sodium, magnesium, potassium, and calcium, and the necessity of the iron component of our blood. And we are just starting to realize that there's gold down there. So today's topic is actually the sun shield and how we shield ourselves from everything so that we can have this natural selection. And so this sun shield has to concern itself, well, absorption, reflection, and emission. And when we understand the reality dimension, we understand that outer space is not a place. It is a method of energy transfer because energy is in motion. So it's manifested by the soul of inertia. So that's what we have to look at and go back even further to understand the principal universal line magnetical fields. And so when we look at the energy from the universe, we find that it has a relationship. It isn't just a whitewashed universe. There's a lot of activity, a lot of different field strengths. And so there's a heat signature in the equatorial zone, and it cools as it goes towards the poles. So we find that depending on the nearness and proximity to the various fields and to its position within the principal universal lines, that it changes its personality, changes its structure. But it's hard for us to get past the fact that despite all our differences, despite all our conflicts, all of us have the same story of Utnapishtim, Noah and his ark. Someone got secret instructions and they set upon a genetic selection. And so as all the animals went on board, funny thing was there were no dinosaurs or woolly mammoths. These were land creatures, And obviously there are no whales and giant squids. Those are sea creatures. So there is an inconsistency. And another inconsistency was, of course, the zodiac, which had many signs of the zodiac. And there were 12 equal signs. And the cornerstone of the pyramid was a sphinx. The whole purpose of a zodiac cornerstone is to determine the era that it was built in. So we can isolate that between 10,350 and 10,450 BC, which has been also confirmed by Edgar Casey through the Akashic records. Now, an interesting thing comes here is that that cornerstone marks the construction of the pyramid. But that's a fixed point in time, a fixed point in history. But history keeps moving because everything keeps moving. And what's interesting is that the three-eye atlas comes from the constellation Leo. And every time we look at its previous arrival, it also came from the constellation Leo. So is there a connection? Well, these are questions that the scientists have to answer. The point is that when we talk about absorption, we talk about humanity matter. So we have the singularity of each field and the duality of the maggrav of the inertia field. And in that process of absorption, we go through a conversion where we create the humanity matter. But we can create any matter. We know that. We have sunflowers, we have dogs and cats and cows and sheep. And then we have the sun and the solar system. But we have other stars. So we try and associate all that glitters, and we come up with another anomaly. We have gold, stars, suns, and souls. And then we get into the reflection, because the reflection is not what you see, it's what is reflected. So blue jeans are not blue jeans, they're actually every other color. What we see is the reflection, not to be confused with the emission. But not to exclude the emission, which is to say that whatever color you see is a reflection of what is not needed or what is given. So the blue jeans are not blue and the green jeans are not green. They are every other color. And so when we look at these reflections, we have to put these practical points together and apply a practical reasoning. So to understand the road to self-determination or the road from self-determination involves a practical philosophy, practical solutions, and a practical currency of life of the Creator. And this is ingrained in our DNA. And the question we have with the mitochondria, of course, is that the mitochondria, which are in every cell in our body, has a different DNA from the cells in our body and their DNA. So what are we actually made from? And then what is it that we're giving? Well, we're giving what we have to give. You can't give what you don't have. So the emission is a product of the absorption and that manifestation of the maggrav. And from that position, we have an emission. That emission contributes to the reflection, but the emission is not necessarily what you see, because there's more to it than that. So when you look at the feeding inertia Gans matter and say, well, we're not fallen angels. We are arrived angels, because the destination was Earth space, and that didn't happen by accident. That was a manifestation based on the inertia density. And so how did that selection process happen? So when we go back to the principal matter, which is what's traveling through outer space, we see the PM ticks, which are magnetical, and they are energy packs. They're nicely packaged in a parcel and delivered to Earth space, but not exclusively. And then on Earth space, we have this force field dilution of the antimatter, dark matter, and the matter gen. And so there's a convergence into this plasma gen and conversion into a maggrav field. That maggrav field is gravitational, but it doesn't manifest in the physicality until it interacts with an environment. And so by interacting with the Earth space, we create an inertia field where we not only manifest the Earth space, but we manifest our humanity matter. So all of this is based on the fundamental maggrav pathways, the gravitational intensity of attraction, which is part of the feedback, right? Because that's who we are, and the magnetical outintensity of a repulsion, which is part of the feeding, which is what we give. And so the electron, of course, is representative of that. And well, so is the neutron. And we can clearly see the difference between the two. And we have to understand that when we're looking at the neutron, it has an electron and a proton derived from it, and the two work together. And so this is all part of the matter plasma dimension. The gravitational aspect we can touch and see. The plasmatic aspect of it is magnetical. We can't touch it or we can't see it. But both are part of the matter plasma dimension. And in that dimension, we have our physicality, our nanostate and Gans state, but we also have our plasma state. And all of these are matter plasma dimensions, and they're all part of the feedback process. And that's where we have fallen into the problem of being feedback dominant. So we can't rationalize certain things because we're not taking into account the counterweight measures. We can understand the physicality by weight and the atomic state by mass, but that's only part of the gravitational part that we fully understand. But the nuclear state, well, it's kind of exotic. We measure that in Teslas. And the plasmatic state, well, we measure that in time. And so the nuclear and plasma state are a magnetical counterweight to our physicality. So when we understand this counterweight process, then we can resolve the plasma matter dilemma, which is to say, if we look at the atomic state, the nanostate, and the Gans state, they're all very physical. But there is another transaction zone between the plasma state that is close due to its nearness and proximity. And so we can exchange energy on each and every state, or we can exchange energy through the Magrav energy transition and transfer state. As long as we maintain this balance. And we notice that because when we look at hydrogen, it's not just hydrogen, it depends on whether the poles are aligning in an ortho fashion or in a para fashion. The ortho has the two poles alike, and the para-hydrogen has the two poles opposite, but they are in balance because the hydrogen molecules have a covalent bond. And that is the fundamental energy particle. So the same way, when we look at the GANs of the GANs, we can take the cup of emotion and interact with the cup of physicality, and now we have a cup of life product. So this is the fundamental concept of the duality, where you have 2 points working in tandem as a partnership. We call it the twinity. So whether you're looking at the basis of the gravitational structure of the star formation or the gravitational structure of the GANs of gold, or whether you're looking at the transaction zone between the fields of creation and the fields of decay, it's all part of the duality. So it only stands to reason that when two forces come together, as in duality, the susceptibilities and singularity, if they have a common denominator. And this is exactly what happened with the rotating reactors in Beijing. And each point had two reactors, and each reactor had more than one GANs in them. So the points were all susceptibility and duality. And when you take all the points of the star and you bring them together, you have this transaction zone, which is another manifestation. So when you look closely, you see the transaction zone is between the two reactors. So the concept of the twinity that we've been talking about for the last several weeks shows clearly that there are 2 points in the nanotech and 2 points in the picotech and 2 points in the GANs tech. They're all part of the sun structures. So there are 2 points of the sun tech as well. So we have to extend our knowledge based on the pattern that we see, because the pattern is reflecting a polyatomic inertia gradient, where depending on the field strength, you can bring two zones together to create a gravitational bond or a magnetical bond, depending on the polar orientation. And when you get it right, you can have a transmission bond. So you're working in two directions, and the manifestation becomes three-dimensional. So that susceptibility and duality is reflected on each and every point, and it comes together in that transaction zone in the core, which is your gravitational core. But that gravitational core is shared through overlapping fields with each and every magnetical point of the star formation. And then we have this dynamic plasma relationship where we have the horizontal transmission and the vertical transition coming from the core, the fundamental transaction zone, and being emitted through the poles, but it's also emitted at the equator. And so they come together and they create this field that goes around the Magrav. And so the Earth space point is within this Earth space field. And as the energy moves along this field, it goes through a lot of polar flipping, and each flip is another transaction zone. So this is the result that we see. And so when we extend that, we look at the creation of free plasma, where we have one star formation of the carbon, oxygen, nitrogen, and hydrogen interacting with another transaction zone of a star formation of carbon, oxygen, nitrogen, and hydrogen. That creates a gravitational transaction zone, and it's part of the creation of life. So we see that there's a structure within the structure, and as these structures work together, they work in duality. So this is how we have the same, what we saw in Beijing, the susceptibility in duality. Well, we had all the rotating reactors in the transaction zones working in tandem. And then they worked collectively to create that massive transaction zone, which had a very strong gravitational field force. And of course, it was very selective. So as we see in the 603rd Knowledge Seekers Workshop, there's a vertical alignment which allows us to escape from this path link of an infinity loop where the soul is interacting with the soul of physicality and the soul of physicality is interacting with the physicality. And as we look at the whole system together, we find that there's an inertia field emission. And so that allows us to cross that threshold, whatever that threshold is that we want between the different ganses. So we start at the gans of the gans matter, which is the bringing together of the matter, dark matter, and antimatter. But we see that the combination actually produces a combination of overlapping fields. When you bring multiple ganses together, you have to have multiple reactions. You cannot not have an interaction. The interactions are always happening. So fundamentally, each interaction that we try and identify is only a fragment of the complexity. And each of them operate the same way, that each of the three dimensions that contribute to that and total it up to the three dimensions actually creates more than three dimensions. We don't know how many. It all depends on the complexity, because the first three fields do not expire. They continue to operate. If they didn't continue to operate, they wouldn't exist. So now we see the full range from the galaxies, which all the energy that is emitted from the galaxies is magnetical, and it converges in a gravitational core. What is in that core? And how do we select that? So as we look at our universe, one of the most important aspects of it is our solar system. And our sun will absorb this energy the same way as all the cups of life have been doing. So we see that there is a gravitational magnetical relationship with the field of the sun. We see there's a gravitational magnetical relationship in the core. And because of the rotating field, we see there's a gravitational magnetical emission through the poles. But we also see a lot of convulsion because the sun is as a shield. And in those convulsions, we see bulges, we see bubbles, we see bursts, we see all these reactions. So our sun acts as a star, and that's emitting energy, but there's a selection of this emission. And that manifestation is the solar physicality of the solar system, and therefore manifests into the physicality of the solar system. So through the shielding effect of the sun star, our sun, there's a gravitational field effect, which is the manifestation of the planetary system. And that's where we operate. So we are part of that manifestation. So we too can give and take energy. So the gift of life coming from the sun is coming from the creation and the co-creation and the procreation. These are all the progressions of creation. We call it growth. And through that process, we know that what we emit is what we absorb. And we've been doing this at light speed and ignoring that aspect of it. But there's a lot more that we've been ignoring, because when we look at the visible range, we see that it's just a tiny part. And so on one side, there's the infrared, which we can't see, and the ultraviolet on the other side, which we can't see. And then beyond that, we have the X-rays, and beyond that are the gamma rays. And, you know, we're just restricting ourselves to what we can see. We're discriminating, aren't we? And so through our selection, we interact with our solar physicality, which we see in our chakras, our auras, and they show us the color of what our emotion is reflecting, and our physicality. But we're not just absorbing the color fields, we're absorbing X-rays as well. And so we know that X-rays exist. They have a gravitational field effect. And they're discriminating. They can't see the cells, but they can see the bone structure. So they are discriminating to the highest density. And is that the only thing that they show? So if we recall, with the nuclear feeding inertia, there's a gravitational base of the matter, antimatter, and dark matter. That's the universal creation of matter. And we look at the sun star inertia. So there is a gravitational base in the physicality, but all points are different by flavor. And that's just the matter state. But the same rule applies to the dark matter and the antimatter. So all points are different by flavor, by position, and by time. That's why each of us is individual. So the humanity matter state inertia is different by those factors. We're all unique, but we're all part of the humanity family. So there is a commonality. There's a gravitational consistency. It's all a reflection of the emission. But when you flip things around, there's a magnetical consistency as well, because we emit what we are. And so when we look at the Gans of the soul, the coming together of the cup of emotion, which is a cup of the Gans, And the cup of physicality, also another cup of the Gans of the Gans. So we find that that transaction zone makes us a gravitational entity traveling in a magnetical field. So that magnetical field has to include what we see, which is part of the natural creation and natural decay. But it also is part of the natural decay and the natural creation that we don't see. And there's a bonding factor between them. And there's a distinct boundary because it's the counterweight, it's the balance. So that transaction zone is between two plasma fields on the creation side and two plasma fields on the decay side. There's an emission, there's an absorption. But when we look at the various levels of the carbon inertia highways, it isn't just a carbon 12, carbon 14, and carbon 16, which gives you different energy states which can counterweight each other, but they themselves have a support. And that support also has a background. And so how do we do this selection process? So as the plasmas come together, no two plasmas are the same. They are unique. And they come together in a magnetical gravitational transaction zone, so that becomes the dimension point of the inertia field. Now, what's interesting, we see the colors of light. They all operate at the speed of light. They all have the same speed, but they have different colors. And so there's a relationship of the wavelength to frequency relationship and how it changes. And so as the wavelength increases, the frequency decreases. But that changes the color. But it doesn't change the speed, not in its physicality. And so as a result, each manifestation, depending on its inertia density manifestation, whether it's carbon, silicon, or something else, shows a spectrum of color. But that color is unique. It's the fingerprint. And that's what we see. But when we look at the spectrum of totality, just a moment here, please. We have infrared, which we don't see, ultraviolet we don't see, and many others. Everything from broadcasting sound to gamma rays and cosmic rays. So that's the spectrum of the totality of the galaxy, the original point. So what is it exactly that we're discriminating? Is it the selection of our personal star of physicality? Is it the solar physicality of our sun? Or is there a pre-selection? Before we get to choose, is there a solar physicality of stars of the universe? So the sun is shielding us and giving us what we need to exist. But it has to be shielding us on many levels. Because the totality of the emission has to be absorbed. We can't handle it. So there has to be a shielding. And there's a shielding not only of what we are, but what we need. And a shielding us from of what? What we are not. And what we don't need. And since we are inundated with an emission, from all the stars of the universe what is the true intention. And if the true intention is for peace and prosperity, then is the sun shielding us from that? Or is the sun convulsing with the absorption of that energy and reprocessing it and offering us a pre-selection that we may choose peace and prosperity, which would only be natural if you were an arrived angel. And of course, the fundamental oxygen, a non-visible gas, even gives off an emission spectrum, shows the emission of light, how it crosses the threshold from the energy from the universe being emitted magnetically and having a gravitational confirmation of its arrival in our Earth space, which makes life possible on this planet. And many things contribute to life on this planet. But we have a need for supplementation due to consumption, which is through an acquired knowledge which was acquired on this planet. Again, a conditional teaching by ancient teachers, discounting the unconditional teaching by the Creator. Was the sun shield responsible for this? Or is the sun shield shining that on us and shielding us from that which is not good for us? So now we come to a new awareness. We have to cross that bridge, that historical threshold between the cosmic feeding and the loosh harvesting. Because the loosh harvesting affects the family of emotions. Because the emotion of man and its physicality and the presence, the position and the vision are all part of man's basis point of view. But the emotion of knowledge is the soul space point of view. And the emotion of love is simply irresistible. It does not need intermediaries. In fact, it is a dilution of emotions. There's a convergence into our man space. And the connection is through our carbon-14, because from there we can make the connection, because there are other aspects to our territory. Many are uncharted. And we are with the herd at the turning point, because there are many stars beyond the nanoatomic state, and they're covering the range from decay to radiation. And the sun is absorbing all of that energy and shielding us from what is harmful to us, creates life on this planet, bountiful, beautiful, and we are part of the artificial intelligence, that ancestral intelligence. We are the technology, and we are the inertia product. We are the image of our dimensional convergence points. So this energy is portable. Yes, it is. We can go through different energy state transitions. If we go through elevation, that's physical matter to energy state. If we do the inertia, it goes from energy state to the physical matter state. So the elevation involves expansion. So the opposite is true. Contraction, susceptibility, and singularity is the gravitational completion. So when we touch the gold of GANs, we actually turn it into the GANs, because we are the external input of the GANs field of humanity. So the susceptibility and singularity is translated into susceptibility and duality. So the whole process is through the dynamic soul initiator. What is the start point? The soul of the creator, soul of the earth, the soul of the family of humanity, the soul of the man, the soul of the body, the soul of the cells. All the same. No translation is needed. You can pick up and go from any place you want, because all we have to do is to tune in to the cosmic rays. That's soul food from the creator. We just have to turn on that energy and drop out of our resistance to receive that inertia point. And how we do that is by providing the pattern. The quality of that pattern reflects in the quality of the energy that we receive. And so we've been trying for 621 Knowledge Seeker workshops in a row to suddenly transcend the limitations of nuclear science and bring together the greater oneness. Our position, our time, our place in the universe. We've learned how to convert diamonds to gold. And we've learned how to emit the Gans affinity of truth. So the research teams of the Keshe Foundation are bringing forward a new scientific rescue using the One Nation Network, opening the blinds, One Nation Network at a time. And that time is now, because our mission is to bring peace on earth and join humanity with the universal community. We want to bring man as equal to all the beings in the universe by teaching the plasma science and technology equally to everyone, that no one is left out and no one is abused due to the lack of knowledge. Help us achieve this goal. It's not our goal. Each of us share this gold. This goal is gold. This is the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute teachings of plasma science, welcoming all the beautiful knowledge seekers of the carbon nations, learning about the new selection process of the new organic plasma science. The World Peace Treaty needs for you to choose it, sign it unconditionally, and mean it sincerely. Because the point of the true Gans Tech is to cross all of these polyatomic boundaries, the overlapping fields of Earth space, create the peace dome. Is the inertia of the present governed by dimensions of history? Or is it time to learn the history of self in a universal context? So the Gans is a peaceful superconductor focusing on true intentions. And the sun shield is an emotional sink, ranging the strengths of matter, plasma, and universal states. Plasma science needs to continue to be delivered daily via the Peace Dome in a practical exchange for peace on Earth. So welcome to the new golden outer space age. I hope you enjoyed this trip. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Alex, for increasing our conceptual understanding in a way, and maybe even deeper than that, of this vast, vast knowledge. Let's see if any of the participants would like to ask a question or perhaps take exceptions to something you have said. I know you've put words in a very interesting way. You said the duality of the inertia of the magravity fields. You went through that rather quickly. Do you want to highlight that at all? The duality of the inertia of the magravity field.
Okay, let me see if I can go back to.
And if not, just make something up. No.
Yeah, fake it. If you can't make it, fake it.
Or fake it first, and then you'll make it.
Well, can you fake this?
I don't think so. It seemed to be quite thoroughly checked by military authorities and other high-ranking within the Chinese structure.
How many times have you heard someone say, well, send me the information and I'll decide whether or not, it's good enough?
I'll look into it, right?
Yeah, I'll look into it. And let me ask you that question. Like, do you have the scientific equipment necessary to make that determination? Or how about maybe you don't have that? Do you have the education, the background, the knowledge to make that, or
Right. I like the way Mr. Keshe put it when he said, how are you going to ask a guy to judge French cooking when he's never tasted a croissant?
that was quite well said, wasn't it?
He's got some very, very good opening dimensions in his words.
Yes, very graceful, very diplomatic. Not like us Westerners who we're more crude, sharp edges.
There was a question about particles and so on. And as Mr. Keshe said, we look for the energy comes before the particle, which I never understood either. I thought we were getting down to smaller and smaller particles in a way. But that is a manifestation of a physicality, as I understand it. So it's just an amazing amount of knowledge, and sewing it, putting it all together, well, this will come more in time, I believe. But we're certainly all being enhanced and enlightened.
Well, one of the concepts of the conventional physics was the wave-particle duality. And it's interesting in the use of the word duality there. So, it's almost as if the energy was schizophrenic, right? It has two personalities. But what they don't tell you and what they don't actually outline is that these two personalities are operating in two different energy states. One is in the physical state, one is in the plasmatic state.
You mean like humans?
Well, that would that by extension, that would be the correct conclusion. So, the limitation is actually initiated by us because we clearly don't have that limitation. And although I'm teaching these classes, what I am exposing to myself is my limitations. And saying, well, if I know enough to do these classes, why don't I know enough to, shall we say, transmute between the planets, or, for example, what is the problem? And the problem is that I live in the same environment that you do. We are bombarded 24 hours, 7 days a week with conventional science and shall we say, unresolved questions. And that's why we get together, to try and resolve these questions in a coherent manner that makes sense. And the thing about it is our old science has been disproven in so many ways, and they continue to, shall we say, review the accidents and review the mistakes rather than focusing on the new understanding and trying to incorporate that into our practical solutions. And that's what Mark Ray is all about. So, here we are. We are the ones that are going to have to implement the practical applications of our advanced science.
And at least with the knowledge seekers, they have an open mind.
Well, that's a very important start, isn't it? But it's still, we have many knowledge seekers who are still scratching their heads to try and understand it because they want to relate to something that they have a familiarity with. Well, it's like you go to another country and you say, well, you have a completely different food and different language, and I can't feel comfortable until I impose my food and my understanding on you. Well, that's, the tail wagging the dog, isn't it? We just have to adapt to the new environment. And we experience this all the time. So let's say, you're single, you get married, and now you change your environment. What are you going to do? You're going to say, well, I'm going to carry on with all the things that I did when I was single. Well, I've seen that happen. And guess what? It ended up in divorce. If you want to be accommodating on a conditional basis, well, then you can get that. But if you want to build a substructure that is foundational, that is rock solid, and grow from there, then you have to be accommodating to the circumstances and you have to grow with it. So you have to drop some things and pick up other things and take other things into account. Well, here we are. We are at the point now where all of our physicality is, laid out before us, and we have this advanced technology, and yet collectively, we're poorer. We're poorer than we were when we were younger. The buying power of the American dollar is significantly reduced. So the numbers are bigger. That's a mirage because they call it inflation. Why do we even have inflation? Inflation isn't that increased value of money. It's the increased value of the product that money can buy. So we don't make Model T Fords anymore with a crank. We make better cars. Here we have a visitor with a more sophisticated vehicle. And so now what do we do? This will be interesting coming up this week because, as we know, the space agencies have all shut down and blacked out the information. Well, okay. You want to live in denial, go right ahead. But, why are you retarding progress? What is your motivation? What is your true intention? Why are you, it's be like a family member. You have a family member and they decide to burn down the house. Why? What is your motivation? Are you trying to help the family? Are you a member of the family? What kind of member of the family are you?
Could be an insurance scam. But never do that with a fire because they are so professional in their investigation. They know exactly the materials usually and the sources, and they can reconstruct it. But yeah, it's just amazing. I was thinking, Alex, about this. We were talking earlier about us evolving or bringing a demise through these fields, and it must have something to do with the carbon-14 in a way. I think we can generate carbon-14, as he said. We can create our own sort of demise with cancers and other things, and he mentioned that as well. So does that mean some of the souls won't be able to handle this energy, and they decide to leave in a way? They don't lose the soul, but the physicality may not evolve. Does seem better, since they're able to tune it to the strength of the soul of the man. Again, I don't know exactly how this is going to shape out for us.
You can't compare it to yourself because you're an individual and your arrival here, shall we say, was pre-selected. So how much did you include and what did you exclude? So in other words, not only was the sun shielding you from the harmful things, but the stars out there are also shielding themselves because they exist. All you have to do is look in the sky and see all the stars, and they exist. So therefore, they are themselves their own shield. So what are they emitting? They're emitting what they've absorbed. and what they've absorbed has been selected, pre-selected. And now that they're emitting, they don't discriminate where they emit everywhere the same way as the sun does. And you know the sun emits this because all the planets rotate around the sun. So if you were to apply the uh, compass coordinates and you say, well, you know, the sun's emitting east and the sun's emitting west, and it has to do that because there are planets on both sides and they continue to move. So, you know, today they're east and west, next time they're north and south. And so there has to be a balance, and all of these planets are able to exist and coexist and continue to move within the solar system because they are all products of the shielding that the sun has done. So what is exactly the sun shielding us from? And how much of it? Well, the answer is all of it. All of it. And this is very important because without that shielding, the solar system or the planetary system as we know it would not exist. So this is where we have that gravitational stability. And oh, isn't that where the sun is located? Right in the core. So how do we maintain our stability? So our soul is maintaining that gravitational stability as well. A structure within a structure.
All right. Anyone else have a question? Thank you, Alex. I was going to say, since we're a collection of used fields or half-lives, as he said, did the souls know what they were getting into when they decided to manifest on this planet? I was reading a story about some people who went on a vacation and it didn't turn out at all as they expected. Or are we here as, in a way, on a rescue mission or like firemen to help put out this problem that this planet is creating? Were the souls aware of their work here? Maybe the physicality wasn't, but was the soul aware of all of the, again, backwardsness and so on, some of the funny things we have to do to exist on this planet with a physicality? Were they completely aware, or did they just decide to pick a location and perhaps manifest to see what the conditions were like?
So what we know of the solar physicality and the emission of the auras, each person has its own emission, overall emission. But individually, day to day, hour by hour, that emission changes based on the emotion. So there are always not only different colors of emission, but there are different field strengths. And so that's one of the reasons that some choose to stay and some choose to go. And, you know, it all depends on, you know, what they bargain for. I never looked at it that way myself personally, but you know, if I ask myself the question, like, what am I doing? Then I have to come up with that answer. I can't turn to you and say, Mark, you know, tell me what I'm doing. You know, you could be a critic and say, well, you know, Alex, you're doing a very poor job. If you know, but that's an opinion. But that, you know, doesn't help. It's not constructive in terms of what it is that I want to achieve. So what I want to achieve is different from what you want to achieve.
Right. This is what he was saying in the last workshop. It's all about finding out more about yourself.
Yeah, but at that point, you then have to make a responsible decision. You can't abdicate that responsibility. You can't just like how we do in physicality, you look after your own health, and when you fail to do that, you assign that to someone else and you call them a doctor. And of course, if you don't want to look after it, then they'll look after it. And they're not going to look after it your way. They're going to look after it their way. What part don't you understand? This is the mystifying thing. So, each of us has an ability to look after our own situation. And, each of us has to work within our capabilities. And, I'm not making commentary on individual capabilities. I'm just saying there are some people who are proactively choosing to be passengers and some proactively choosing to be leaders. The question then becomes is if you are, shall we say, passing along as a passenger, what happens when you look at the path and you say, hey, wait a second, you're going down the wrong path? And you say, I don't want to go down that path. So what are you going to do? So you
We
have,
can also
hey,
we can also say lead follower, get out of the way.
Exactly. Exactly. But that involves now a new responsibility and say, well, all my life I've been, a passenger and now I have to be a leader. Can I actually do that? So you get challenged. So what do? Do you wilt or do you flourish? What do you do?
Alex, I got a question.
Go ahead, Ike.
So I've always known inertia to be a force that will keep the object within itself. So it's inertia the same as gravitational stability that you mentioned?
Yes.
Okay, so if that's the case, how do you explain the cup of inertia? Because I understand cup of inertia as fields of gravity. Am I correct?
Yeah, but what field? Is it a plasmatic field or is it a physical field? So in order to have a physical field, you have to have an environment.
Yeah, so if you have environment, that means it's within and within. Because the environment will be the outside and then the objects will be inside the environment.
Yeah, well, that's
So,
what we are. We are the object within the Earth space environment.
so what is the purpose of cup of inertia then?
Well, the if the cup of inertia is the gravitational stability, then the opposite would be the magnetical stability. Let me put it another way. Maybe I can draw an analogy. Let's say you have a bucket full of water and you want to move that water. So you put a pump in with a hose and you direct it to where you want to move that water. So you'll be moving it from one point of gravitational stability to another point of gravitational stability, right? Because you're going to direct that water to another bucket. But if you develop a hole in the bucket, now you have magnetical instability because that water will just spill all over the place. So the restriction to that spill will be actually the rest of the environment. And so, it's like I've had a flood in my place. and the water was flowing not only on the floor but down the stairs and all over the place, and I couldn't control it.
So just to maintain control or order.
Yeah, we still had motion, but one was stable and one was unstable. So you could say that any type of motion, involves a certain kind of stability. But is that what you were choosing? So the water was flowing all over the place. Well, that's kind of a magnetical stability, isn't it? It's just a complete mess, but it's still a magnetical stability. Where we become craftsmen and knowledge seekers is to manipulate that magnetical stability. Magnetical stability is what runs the universe. The solar system cannot work without magnetical stability because the sun is absorbing and shielding all of the magnetical field forces of the totality of the universe. Well, if you take the totality of the universe and apply it to the planetary structure, it would be totally different because the planetary structure is gravitationally stable. So the sun is shielding us. It's the sun that has the capability to do that shielding. The planets don't have it. They don't have the field strength to deal with it. If you recall, one of the concerns that Mr. Keshe had was whether or not our plasma units, our UBESUs, or our communication systems could handle the field forces of 3I. And I think they have been able to handle it. Now, is it exclusively through our shielding? Is it, we know that the sun played a big role in that shielding. Is it the shielding of all the knowledge seekers around the planet or even the humanity? Or is it there's been some kind of mitigating force on the force field? So we don't know at this point in time. Everything is conjecture in that regard because frankly, I don't have the equipment and the access to these confidential files, and we're hoping that someone is going to step forward and do that. And Mr. Keshe has indicated that we have already been able to record the transactions as they happened. So once you have that, now you have a record, and you can analyze it. And
But
so
you have to ask them the same question, because since we're all hooked up to the system and we're standing on the earth, are we acting as a ground for the energy?
Of course. Of course.
So the more people logged on, if you look at it from an energy point of view, that we grounded it into the system so the system could handle more energy. I guess we'll have to wait till Mr. Keshe comes in.
Yeah, but if I may add, so what we did, because of our specificity to the communication with 3i Atlas, we left our Zoom rooms open, right? So that we could mitigate it somehow, which is exactly what your point was. However, what about the One Nation Network? That has been distributed around the world. We are enlisting the services of more stars, more sun souls, whether they want to or not. And when I say whether they want to or not, I'm talking about their true intention. And their true intention comes from the soul. So the whether they want to or not comes from their physical manifestation as it is interacting with the soul of physicality. And I believe that's where the dilemma is. We are not able to cross that threshold freely because of indoctrination, because of acclimation, just because of reinforcement. But now, as we become more and more aware, we have additional capabilities, and I think that went a long way to mitigating it, as you have suggested, Randy.
Alex, do you want to, or unless Randy has a response, but go ahead, Randy. Do you want to bring up that background with the blue genes again? This is quite an anomaly. And you mean to tell me, does this work with people too? So the the red American Indian is not red. The Chinese is not yellow. The African is not black, and the Caucasian is not white. That's the field that they can't hold on to. Is that correct? Or pink for the Caucasian? I don't think they're white.
Well, a standing ovation to you, Mark.
And how does this, when you're saying it's the color that they can't hold on to, is this what they'll be reading you in space, or is this different than an emission? Or maybe you
No,
could just
the
open this up.
emission, the reflection is not greeted in outer space. It's the emission. So the emission is of what you've absorbed. So you won't be emitting the blue unless you have that, shall we say, toxicity within you. Because it's not part of your absorption, then it's considered toxicity, right? So
all
you
the
have
plants and all the trees and all the grass we see as green is actually not green.
100%.
How could this be?
Because
the eye of the beholder.
No, it's
If you
yeah.
take, so
The eye
ask
of
this
the
question.
physicist.
Take 10 people, stand them in front of a picture in a gallery, ask them to explain what color they see. Everybody's going to see different colors, aren't they?
Well, we see different shades. I mean, what's red to you may be a different red to me. We do see it slightly differently, but just this idea of the blue genes not actually being blue.
So, if the light is shining on the plant, and that plant is absorbing the energy, right, and creating a physical manifestation, right, the plant is growing. Are we in agreement on that?
Okay.
So, if the plant is emitting a certain color that it doesn't want, what is the neighboring plant then doing? It has to be faced with this reflection from this other plant. Is that a color that the plant wants? Now, there's 2 points that I would like to make. One is that the seed production, as a result of the flowering, comes towards the end or in the direction of the demise of the flower. Right? The blooming of the flower is one of the last things that happens to a plant before it goes to seed. And then the plant may fulfill its function and then withdraw back into its root and re-energize in a more gravitationally stable manner. But if all the plants are emitting green and the sun is shining, what is the plant inundated with? More green. Will the plant grow if it's emitting green and getting a reflection from other plants which are emitting green? No, it won't. So there are energy fields, energy colors, visible and non-visible, which the plants absorb. So they are selecting, they are discriminating They absorb what they need and they reflect what they don't need. So if one plant is reflecting it and it's part of the vertical family, and the other plant is reflecting it because it's part of the vertical family, then guess what? That reflection will not be absorbed by the neighbor. What will be absorbed is one, the energy from the sun during the daytime, and the energy from the earth at nighttime. How can the flower or the vertical people absorb the energy at night? You have to remember that the sun is shining on the other side of the planet. So even though it's dark, the planet is still getting nourished. And through that nourishment, it is now able to emit to the plants the energy that the plants want. And how do you know that? Because the plants grow wherever it is favorable to them.
And the bee automatically knows which plants to go to get the best pollen.
Isn't that amazing? Like, seriously, isn't that amazing? And then look at the aerodynamics of a bumblebee. A drunken sailor has more stability.
But they still fly.
And they sure do. So are you going to tell me that they're flying through, avionics? I don't think so.
So if this was on a test and you multiple choice, you ask what color are the petals of this flower we're looking at, and if you put yellow, blue, purple, or other, the correct answer would be other.
Other than what, though? Other than yellow.
Okay, so
Yeah.
it's not yellow. What is it?
Well, there are shades of all colors within colors, right?
Yeah.
The colors are not pure colors.
Okay, knows a bit about colors, I believe.
Well, the complementary color to that color, which might be blue.
Right. But I think with your multiple choice selection, you would have to say other.
But almost everyone would get this wrong because it's obviously yellow.
And this is the problem I've had for 35 years when I first learned about this in 1991. It's still a problem today. It's just like magnetical is the giver. I still get this argument, from people. They don't understand that negative is the giver. You have to have it to give it.
So very easily we can be fooled just by our amino acid eyes. But I think we'll develop systems in the future where we can perhaps see past this strength level or expand that strength level.
So, this is why I keep harping on the surface to volume ratio, because that shows you the negative charge. You follow the negative charge, you follow the energy field. So then if you understand that, then you can understand the magnetical gravitational relationship. But, there obviously is a difference between the core of the flower and the petals. And each of these are a different structure. And where is exactly that threshold where you can clearly say, well, this is the seed and this is the petal? Where is that boundary? And then, can you actually walk towards that boundary and then step over it the way you do a threshold as you're crossing through the door? Can you do that? Well, not when it comes to this type of physical manifestation. Because at some point in time, there has to be a stopping of the inertia field, and a starting of a new inertia field. So the stopping and the starting create a bond and create a bridge. That bridge is not linear from one to the other, because the stopping is gravitational and the starting is magnetical, which means it's bonded together. It's attracted. Opposite poles attract. So what causes that change? There has to be an interaction in between that causes a polar flipping. And where have we seen that? In the rings of Saturn. You see a ring, you see a gap, you see another ring, you see another gap, and this is exactly what it is. It's just that in the structure of the sunflower, these fields are converged so close together that you can't see the gap. Well, we have the same situation with the nanogaps, and then the ganses, and the star formations. So there is a uniform manifestation of energy transfer. And so when we accept that methodology, then we can start to apply it. And when we apply it in our physicality, then we say, well, wait a second. If we were always saying that, you know, this sunflower, let's say, is yellow, and we realize that, okay, well, that's just for convenience, because, you know, well, if you say, you know, well, what color is that flower? Well, it's every color except yellow. You know, that's not convenient in terms of our dialogue. So this is where we sometimes have problems with our terminology.
So
And
this applies to the yellow metal as well? The yellow metal is not yellow?
exactly. What color is the gold gans? It's black. It wasn't until you stuck your finger in it that it turned gold.
And then that's not the exact color either, is it? Because
No.
that's what it's emitting. Or
No, that's what it's reflecting.
Mhm.
It's
Quite
only
an
absorbing
anomaly.
what it is.
It's quite an anomaly. But it is being explained through the understanding of the plasma science.
Well, this explanation is not physically is not limited to plasma science. It's part of the physical science as well. So what is confounding is why we haven't applied this technology more. And it's, you know, when we look at the way technology is brought to bear in the physical, practical means, we find that the military is the first at the table. They want to grab it because when they have advanced technology, then they can exert physical dominance of an opponent.
Yes, we understand that.
Well, but the sacrifice is our peace and prosperity and our limitation to engaging the universal community. It's not fair. It's totally not fair. We are being shortchanged, and frankly, so is the military.
Thank you, Alex. Anyone else have a question or something they'd like to raise, a point?
And when you're trying to separate, when you're mining gold, the hardest thing they have to do is a separation of one element from the other element. Some of them are very, very hard to separate. So one guy told me, he says, I like it when it's dirty gold. He said, because there's more platinum, more silver, more rhodium, more all the other elements in that, which means when I refine that, I get more money. But he said, I got to spend 3 times as much. And this is the thing, it's again, it's all in the eye of the beholder. See, this guy looks at a piece of dirty gold and says, "Hey, I see riches." Someone else saying, "No, that's dirty. It's not pure, so it's not good." Well, it's again, and why do we have the fascination with gold?
It's carried down through the RNA, apparently, over the centuries, that this creates quite a bit of emotion in us. But the same thing with plastics, Randy. As he said, to you, it's just something floating in the ocean. He said, to me, it's worth billions if you know what to do with it as a space fuel.
How true.
Thank you, everybody, for allowing me to continue to present. I appreciate you all being here and carrying this magic carpet, because it is getting ready to fly. Well, it is already flying. It's just that, more and more people have to be aware of it.
Okay, very good. Any other thoughts or comments anyone would like to share? Please do. Okay, thank you. If not, I'll take the screen back. Okay, and we'll just bring up a couple. And of course, this is the season of the three wise men, but of course, now we're extending it to the full year. Let me make sure we see that picture. And again, it wasn't the gifts of precious oil or incense or precious metals. It was the idea and the ethos of Mitraism, is the thinking, speaking, and acting good. As Mr. Keshe said, if you don't think wrong, then you don't talk wrong and you don't do wrong. We're not there, but we're starting to apply this more and more. And as we understand, this is quite a shielding for all of us, I think, in our physicality as well as in our energy dimension. Because we can create by going off in the wrong path. So apply this, and most of the Christians missed it. At least I did. I know Mr. Keshe mentioned that the gifts, as it's written in the holy books, is not anything what the three wise men gave. So again, it's for you to apply it to yourself. And I think there's more going on in our thought process than the physicality where we're offending. So again, I have many more thoughts a day than I do actions. So if you can sort of keep that in a balance, you create a beautiful shielding for yourself. And then, of course, the other slide is may you be proud of the work you do, the person you are, and the difference you make. And applying just these three features, easier said than done. I think, again, this is all tangled up and entwined with the World Peace Treaty and the rest. But you'll feel quite pleased with yourself the more you can, in a way, accomplish this, because you're not stealing from any other soul. You're actually either giving to them or elevating them without thinking wrong or talking wrong about them or doing wrong with them. But it's, again, for you to apply as you see necessary. And this, of course, is the cornerstone of the ethos of the universe. I'm going to play the final disclaimer. The session will come to a close. Any other thoughts or questions? If not, I'll find the disclaimer and hopefully it will play. Thank you all for being here and carrying a very small piece of a very huge carpet, which is going to stretch, again, across the universe. This is not only for mankind, but this apparently is for the elevation of the entire, or unification and elevation of the entire creation. But that may take some time. As he said, don't look for the change tomorrow, but he's also said, look for the change tomorrow. So I think we'll start to see the change, and it's going to be in a progressive enhancement process going on. So thank you again, all souls, for being here. As Mr. Keshe continues to emphasize, it wasn't your physicality that brought you here, but it was the strength of your soul. And we're just starting to understand that. So thank you all. Have an amazing rest of your day. Thank you, Alex, again. And we'll continue on.
Alex,
Yes.
Yes.
Mike, before you go, Alex, can you answer the question for me, please?
Sure.
On the talking about the colors, what is the science behind it? Why is it that it's absorbing every other color but reflecting the color that we're actually seeing? And the fact that we are seeing that, does it mean is only the visible spectrum?
May I explain?
Go ahead, Erm.
Okay, so the rainbow has all these different colors in it, right?
Right.
If you take one of those and you shine it back, all the rest of them are for you to keep. Does that make sense? And only what shines back reaches your eyes.
That was a very nice way of putting it. So you can keep the rest, but that's the one you emanate.
Yeah, that's the one that you can see is the one that's not absorbed, but sent back. And that's a reflection. And that's from the full spectrum sunlight mostly. The sun has everything, just about every wavelength in its light. And whatever gets bounced back to us is what it's not being kept.
Okay, maybe Alex would like to share, or if you're.
But are we seeing that bounce back because of the visible spectrum that we can amino acids can function on? What if we're in a different spectrum? Are we gonna see the same exact color? But I remember Mr. Case mentioned something about when we go to space, we can only interact with colors too.
If you were somewhere else, like if you were in a bar and all they had was red light, what color do the plants look like? They look black. Because anything, right? Isn't that right? All they reflect is red, but they don't have the whole spectrum. So they don't. The red light doesn't have any green in it for the plant to reflect to your eyes.
I think I'm understanding what you're saying here.
Good. That's one of the things my dad taught me when I was little. He said things are not the color they look.
And as an artist, he should have known, right?
Oh, he was a student of Leonardo da Vinci. He taught us so many things.
Alex, anything you'd like to add?
Oh, I thought that was an excellent example that Irmgard brought up.
That's perfect.
Okay, here's something that I would like to add. In the physical science, we have been able to achieve 2 and 3 times the crop yields by changing the color of the environment. So in other words, the reflection of the environment was the colors that the plants really wanted.
Reflection of the environment.
Right, and it wasn't green.
Exactly. If you shine green light on a plant, it doesn't want to grow.
Exactly.
It needs all the other stuff. It throws away the green.
If you study controlled climate cropping, you will find that the green is the worst color you could possibly imagine. So the whole notion of having a greenhouse is so bad.
And what about the whole green movement?
By extension, of true intention. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, Alex. Thank you, Ike, and everyone else that's here.
Thank you.
even those who are just here in the energy dimension. There's probably far more than we see in the physicality. Thank you all again. Have a great day. I'm going to play the final disclaimer and the session will come to a close. But of course, the knowledge carries on in a much bigger and broader dimension to more people on this planet as we all start, in a way, to wake up to this new understanding of who we are in the universe and understanding ourselves much better. But it's a process and we're going through it. As he said, it's time for the man to go through this process. So thank you all for being part of it. And we thank your souls. And of course, happy birthday to Mitra. And the next session for the Knowledge Seekers Workshop will be on Thursday. And I'm sure Mr. Keshe will be highlighting some of the things that they've seen in some of the Zoom. The Zoom will be on, I believe, through Monday. I'm not exactly sure, but we'll see. As of right now, the Zoom session is still on, so feel free to avail yourself, and you don't have to sit there with headphones or anything. You can continue your regular work and allow your structure to be studied in a way to see what changes that they can bring. So thank you all. Alex says thank you all as well, and season's greetings and Happy New Year. We're looking forward to it. Thank you all. I'll play the final disclaimer now.
Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.